Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy? Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel? I'm having some trouble with the microphones. Mr.
Here.
Weddleton?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Eric Glunt, can you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Dunbar, if you could please read that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet, or Takatnu, Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of April 28th, 2020, and the minutes of special meetings for March 20th and 31st of 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition to approval of the minutes? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give you a brief update on what the COVID situation is. You might have seen the case numbers going up significantly over the last several days. Our case count per 100,000 is now over 18. We had been down as low as 13. There's an anticipation that will continue to rise. Our positivity rate is also beginning to climb. So there is significant reason for the community to be concerned and to take additional measures to protect ourselves from this pandemic. And I would urge people to practice the social distancing, the masking that should be required in all places. And it will help us to get through this as quickly as possible. And if the Assembly has any questions, we're happy as always to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. So three things. First is want to welcome again the public to our meeting. I think this is going to be our second meeting where we've had in-person participation. So because of that, I'm going to go through the rules one more time. So these rules are outlined per AR 2020-296 as amended, which was approved on August 11th, 2020. And in short, these rules outline that it is a requirement to wear masks in the chambers as well as to maintain physical distancing. And I think it's especially important to note physical distancing when you are in line to speak. I don't think we got the marks up yet, but we will soon get marks up so you can see 6 feet in between in the aisle. And then otherwise, I want to also note that for the cloth face coverings, which are required in the chambers, if compliance is not achieved, I will ask for compliance, and if it is not achieved, then the chair shall not allow public testimony in person. It shall instead be conducted by telephone testimony. And then last, I want to also speak to an exception here. So masks are required except for brief removal while speaking, drinking, or eating. And just want to emphasize brief removal in that instance. Okay, so want to thank everyone for helping to follow the rules and keep us all healthy and safe. Next, it is the intent of the sponsor or sponsors and/or administration to postpone or continue a few different items. First is 11B, which is the Stantec contract. Next is 13B, which is the building codes ordinance that we have before us. And then last is 13D, which deals with the excise tax on e-vaping products or e-cigarette products. So just want to put that out there for the benefit of the public and the assembly. If folks are here to testify on those items, it is our intent to either postpone or continue testimony on those three items. And then last, just regarding the census, because it's something that I bring up pretty regularly. So the census by court order had originally been extended, the deadline to fill out the census, to October 31st. It appears that that deadline now may be October 5th. And so we are quickly running out of time. By the time I talk about the census this next meeting on October 13th, the deadline will have passed. So I want to encourage everyone to fill that out. With that, I'm going to go down to committee and liaison reports. I'll start on this side with Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thank you. Just one thing, on the items that may be postponed for later, if you came here to testify on them or if you will be on the phone, please do testify on those this evening. We want to hear from you, and the sooner we hear, the more time we have to deal with the comments you make. So they may be postponed, but your testimony should not be postponed. The Community Economic Development Committee met on Thursday the 24th, and we reviewed the Title 21 changes for downtown, which we'll see later, and also the 2020-85 on the building code. And I also attended by phone part of the Alaska Railroad Corporation board meeting, and one of the things they discussed was the claims to exclusive use of their right-of-way, and we've had a couple resolutions on that. And was able to speak and just reiterated our positions on that. And that same, or the day before that day, they have filed suit against the Flying Crown Homeowners Association to assert their claim of exclusive use. So that's an unfortunate turn of events. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
No report. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No update tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to remind everybody that the Public Safety Committee of the Whole will be meeting on October the 7th, and we'll have some of our regular updates from the Fire Department, the Police Department, and Department of Law. And we'll also take one last look at alcohol tax revenues. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance and I jointly chair the Health Policy Committee meeting, the Health Policy Committee, and we'll be meeting on October 7th, this time for an hour and a half from 9:30 to 11. We're going to discuss a mental health first response system and a consultant that the Assembly has engaged to help us evaluate this work, as well as talk through a deep dive of the Health Department budget. So we invite anyone who wants to attend to please join us. It'll be on Teams digital meeting. The other thing is I wanted to make a note for you, Mr. Chair, that item 10F4 on the agenda, the consent agenda, this item actually relates to 13B, and so it should be numbered 13B2 and placed under 13B on our agenda.
Thank you. That direction has been given to the clerk.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee met a week and a half ago on September 17th. A few highlights: the Budget Advisory Commission is working on a resolution concerning the CARES Act contingency funds. And also, while there's a projected revenue shortage, about $18 million, a bright spot, which we'll be talking about later, is the $230 million that is expected to be deposited into the MOA Trust Fund after the MLB P sale closes. And that will generate an additional $4 million or so in revenue, bringing the total to about $17.6 million that we can use to pay for government services. And overall, the MOA's financial status is in good shape. We also had a discussion on CARES Act funds, and if I may have a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, to go into some detail.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So during the meeting, there were some updates on the burn rate for CARES Act funds. And to recap for the public, because this is really important, the Assembly and the administration, along with many stakeholders from the community, put a plan together, a comprehensive plan for distributing our $156 million in CARES Act funds. And the intent was to get these funds out to where they were most needed and where they would do the most good in helping our community recover. So we identified 7 buckets of spending. That was economic stimulus, family support, housing and homelessness, public health and safety, community investments, direct municipal response, and a contingency fund. And however, as a result, I think, of some of the ways in which we have allocated, there's been some confusion as to the amount that's been allocated for businesses. And so for the amounts directly allocated to businesses and nonprofits, we had $6 million for small businesses, $3 million for nonprofits, $14 million for hospitality, tourism, childcare providers, and these are businesses, $10 million, mortgage lenders and landlords, and this is in the rental mortgage assistance, $23 million to them, and then arts and culture, which is for businesses and nonprofits, another $5.5 million. That's a total of $61,500,000. That's over 39% of our CARES Act funding. And in addition to what has been allocated to be given directly to businesses, there is a large portion that's also been appropriated to be distributed indirectly to businesses. So for example, the jobs program and putting people to work, that's $8.3 million. Visit Anchorage and remarketing for tourism, which supports the tourism hospitality industry, that's another $2 million. The voucher program enables people to buy food, fuel, medicine, puts that back into the economy, that's $1 million. Child care assistance to parents, $5 million. It helps families, but that's also $5 million that's going to child care providers. And then there's also $500,000 for a risk pool to landlords. And that second indirect benefit to business and economy is almost $17 million. So when you put them together, we are looking at over $78 million that has gone and will go towards economic stabilization and stimulus, and much of that directly to businesses and much of that indirectly to businesses. And that is over 50% of our $156 million in CARES Act funding. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to go through that list. It's come up a lot in community councils, and folks have asked for some of those details, which are available online, muni.gov. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met on September 23rd. We discussed email voting, and we also talked about election charter changes. And we'll be continuing to discuss election charter changes in our next upcoming meeting, and probably also email voting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So we had the Audit Committee meeting last week. We discussed individuals being held accountable, the supervisors being held accountable for what their employees do, and that we also discussed that employees need to be able to reimburse the taxpayer and the municipality if they do charges that aren't authorized. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have addendum to the agenda. Before we do that, we're going to go ahead and do our laid on the table items. So for the public, these are, in short, we are going to be going through each of the items that were laid on the table and deciding if we're going to add them to the agenda or not. So first, we have item 10D12, AM 554-2020, cooperative purchase from Axon Enterprise, Inc. for digital evidence management bundle for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department. Is there a motion?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Does someone from the administration want to provide the rationale, please?
Them in time, but we're still dealing with some of the computer hiccups. The request to lay it on the table is just so that we can continue with the procurement process that we had underway.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a question?
Sure, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
So, Mr. Falsey, we only lay items on the table if they're urgent or there are some other provisions of the code that could apply. Can you speak to why the code requirements are met in this case to lay this item on the table?
For that, I might have to solicit the assistance of either the purchasing officer or the chief of police. I'll say I believe this one sort of automatically showed up as a laid on the table item because it sprung out of the OnBase system, having been approved before the addendum deadline, and then due to a ghost in the machine came in after that. So I'm not sure we even requested the extraordinary laid on the table procedure, but I will defer to either Mr. Haddon or Chief Dahl if they are on the line.
And actually, the clerk would like to address this point.
Mr. Falsey is correct. This item did just appear as a laid-on-the-table item. It was an issue with the clerk learning the new OnBase system. I believe that the administration submitted this timely. We didn't get it on the addendum, and so we included it as a laid-on-the-table item. I apologize for not letting you know that ahead of time.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table.
Million.
Just give it a second. You're good.
Who was
All
that?
right, members may proceed to vote.
Cameron?
Mr. Perez-Vardilla?
Yes.
That motion passes 11-0. Next, we have an item for introduction, so we won't be taking a vote, but I'll be reading the title on this one. So this item is AR number 2020-362, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating and adopting U.S. Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant funding to the HUD CARES Act as a special allocation to be used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus CDBG CV1 program funding in the amount of $1,070,086 when tendered an emergency solutions grant through HUD CARES Act as a special allocation to be used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus ESG CV1 in the amount of $521,193 when tendered, and ESG CV2 in the amount of $3,774,024 when tendered, through 2019 Substantial Amendment Number 3, all to the Federal Grants Fund for the Anchorage Health Department on the 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, and amendment to the Municipality of Anchorage Citizen Participation Plan. And this... Sure, we're going to take a short break. To go ahead and go through the normal procedure to lay this item on the table. So I will go ahead and be following that guidance. So can I get a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Could someone from the administration please provide the rationale? Are you saying that you'd send that to Mr. Falsey?
Yeah,
Is that what I'm
sorry, I
hearing?
think
Sure.
I defer to Mr. Falsey.
Go ahead, Mr. Falsey.
Yeah, I apologize. I'll continue the technical difficulties. I lost sound on the phone for a moment, hung up and called back in. Is this the HUD item that we are looking at or another item?
This is the HUD CDBG money.
These are items that I think the health department was prepared to speak to, so we should have Nicole Lebo or Heather Harris on the line, and I will pass the baton to them.
And so for
Hello,
either of those, this is a motion to lay the item on the table. So what we are looking for is a justification for laying this item on the table. Please continue.
Thank you. This is Heather with the Health Department. The municipality is required to submit an annual action plan that's reflected specific funding activities that the project meets the consolidation plan goals. We are needing to lay it on the table today due to timelines. It needs to be introduced today to allow for 2 weeks of public testimony and a vote to happen at our next assembly meeting, to which then it can be voted upon.
Thank you. Not seeing any discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That motion is approved 11-0. So that item is laid on the table and it'll be back before us on October 13th. Next, we have laid on the table item 13D2, an S version to AO number 2020-89. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will not be laying this item on the table, or we would like to remove this item from the list of laid on the table items to be replaced later with a different S version.
Thank you. Okay, so that direction has been given. All right, so that completes our laid on the table.
Can we have 1 minute, Mr. Chair? Just 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Constant. Oh, okay, never mind, we're taking a break. Okay, with that, we're going to continue our business. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Point of order, my system has just shut down, so can I, wait, it might be rebooting.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take a short break while we deal with that issue. So we're going to go ahead and get back, and I understand Ms. Kennedy has another item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay on the table item AO 2020-339S version.
And is this a document that we...
It still needs to be laid on
Right,
the
so
table.
since it's a substitute, we don't have to lay that item on the table. But I would like to read it into the record, though. So do we have the item? Or could you read it into the record, please, the title?
It's in the clerk's folder. It's in the clerk's electronic folder. Mr. Chair, I believe it's in the clerk's electronic folder.
So we need to read the title.
Is it my understanding that there are no printed copies of this?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Who's printing copies? I want to keep us moving. Okay, so we're going to keep moving on, and then the item will be printed when it's ready. So I need a motion to incorporate, if you could, Ms. Kennedy, if you could change that motion.
Move to incorporate the S version on the addendum.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? And so what we're doing for the members and the public, we are just incorporating the S version into our agenda of this particular resolution. So when we get to that resolution, we will be deliberating the S version. Okay, seeing, is there any opposition to the motion?
Just for point of clarification, it will depend on which one is moved.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, seeing no opposition then, that is incorporated into the agenda. Thanks for...
Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, sure, Ms. Ayala.
Sorry, I'm over here. Can we move it to, in this one, I can do it right for public testimony, for public.
What the?
I'm not sure what you're doing. What are you doing?
I want to amend this one so that we can have public hearing.
Sorry, Ms. Ayala, I want to keep this meeting moving.
Which item is this?
I want to amend for public hearing, or amend for public testimony on this one.
Okay, I'm going to keep us moving, and then if you need to make a motion, just feel free to interrupt. Okay. So, next we have appearance requests and initial audience participation. So for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues, before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing item on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. So for audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So with that, I have a few folks signed up over the phone for initial audience, for audience participation. But before we do any of that, we do have an appearance request from Mr. Williams. I do believe I saw, yes. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening and thank you Assembly Body.
Could you turn on your microphone, please? There you go.
All right. On this day of the 29th of September 2020, we would like to extend forgiveness to those who have trespassed against us. We acknowledge and preeminently forgive those who continue to trespass against us and our fellow Christians. While we do acknowledge these tyrannies, we stand united as men and women of God. In our solidarity, we will no longer submit to immoral government control, media censorship, unelected bureaucratic meddling, or infringements into our personal life or how we choose to raise our children and families. The elites in our society seek to control our functions in totality, from cradle to grave, from thought to actions, from reproduction to death. There is no end to the evils of the tentacles of tyranny. Now we have reached the point where the people will no longer accept the unjust, unlawful, unconstitutional, and ungodly acts of the evildoers in our society. We will make our own choices as free and consenting adults, so far as it does not affect the free agency of another of God's creations. We choose to open our businesses now. There is no need to wait for unjust, immoral edicts to end. Christians have a duty to follow just laws, but when laws violate what we hold sacred, natural law, substantive rights, the Constitution, and most fundamentally the Word of God, we must stand united in opposing and overturning these tyrannies. Our lawless assembly seeks only to create laws to benefit themselves, their donors, and the riot mobs. As Caesar gave bread to the peasants, you offer PFD checks, food stamps, unemployment, WIC, homeless hotels, and stimulus checks, the whole while vacuuming up rights we never thought we had. We are told restrictions are for the safety of the least well-off, the elderly, the infirmed, the many chastised minorities. It is clear and crystal clear that COVID is only about one thing: control. The mayor and his evil oligarchs seek to character assassinate men like Andy Kreiner and his family in the marketplaces of prestige. Your media control seeks to censor, twist, manipulate, and even downright lie about the truth. Mr. Mayor, the data does not show that the issuance of fines to a man trying to provide for his family stops the spread of COVID. There is no science that joblessness leads to a healthy, successful, and well-educated society. There is science, however, that shows that taking family choices outside of the parent's distinct and total jurisdiction is child abuse. You have blocked our rights to access you in person. City Hall has been closed. The phones have been put on Do Not Disturb.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Sir, I need you to stop, please. Your time is up. You have 3 minutes and your time is up, sir. And I don't have anyone in the queue for you. So thank you so much for your participation.
Submitting all my documents online.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our phone list for initial audience participation. So first we have Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman. I believe you are in the room, though. So if you'd like to participate. Welcome.
Now it's on, right?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage, currently resident of Jacinto Valley. I attend a lot of meetings, but it's becoming harder and harder for me to capture your conversation and what you're doing. What I mean is this: these work sessions and committee meetings that you do on the side remotely, the information is more likely among yourselves, but not the people. It's less likely for the public to even have a conversation. The Rules Committee meeting that you had last week, I should note, was Friday. It was the same time as the mayor had his press conference. This has been a standard. Your meeting schedule, so where should I listen first? Your meeting or the mayor? You need to decide when you're holding your meeting so we can both have a chance to hear. And your first part of the agenda, you keep on throwing things in, and that's version just most recently on with Assemblymember Kennedy. But in fairness to Assemblymember Kennedy, this is the standard here. There's no chance for the public to capture what you're saying. There's no chance for the public to address what you're putting forward in so many cases, particularly in the first part of the agenda. And let me say this too. Back in the back corner in the hallway, it's been a standard to have the packet back there. Documents for hearings and all that. Tonight's meeting, there's nothing there except the agenda. Have you changed the situation even further where the public is further blinded to what you're doing in this room? People don't understand these versions and so forth, but for me, I'm with this situation, and it's going to be more and more impossible for me or anyone in the public to address you before you make decisions. And then in closing, I got a minute here. You have so many things that you deal with legislation and resolutions in the first part of the agenda. Where's the chance for the public to address it? So many laid on tables, addendums, but that first part of the agenda, you're throwing it in there. You're doing amendments in there. You're doing all this stuff. Now, you recently changed the role that the public can come in on initial audience participation. But to remind you, There's only a limited amount of time for the public to come up here. If you don't sign up soon enough, you're out of luck because you only have so many people you're going to wish to hear. The Matsu Borough Assembly does not do any of this stuff, with all due respect. I have strong criticism of how they handle the meetings there. But you're going further and further away to have a conversation with the people, and I'm exhausted, plain exhausted in following these meetings, and frustrating because you're going in your direction and not in the people's direction. Thank you. With 1 second to spare.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Mr. Daniel Kemp. And while we're ringing up Mr. Kemp, just as a side note, we have until 6 p.m. for this initial audience participation. For those who won't be able to participate before that deadline, we will have a second round of final audience participation.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Kemp. This is Felix Rivera. We are in initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you. I would like to talk about the AR 2020-339. I believe that's what it is. And I would also like to touch on AO 2020-8, even though it's still not there. All right. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak on these issues. My name is Danielle Kemp, retired Army combat officer and Eagle River resident. I got to tell you that I am just sick and tired of us just debating whether or not we should hold those in power accountable for their actions. Seriously, we tell our children every single day to take responsibility for their own actions, yet we let the police run around unaccountable, accountable to no one for their actions, sometimes even getting away with murder. As we know, police violence is a big problem in the United States, Alaska, and here in Anchorage. Any policy or procedure can be unnecessarily harmful or deadly to people of color if enough creative license is taken by or the interpreting officer. All right, there are visible patterns of disproportionate impact of violent and deadly policing towards black and brown people across the United States, which includes indigenous peoples right here in Alaska. Any policy that we improve or create must be geared toward the safety of people to protect and serve, right? And so, I read AR 2020-339. It's a good start, but it's far from what we need here. We need policies and procedures that will hold the Anchorage Police Department truly accountable. And I could tell you one thing that would really help in that area, and that would be a requirement that all police officers have professional liability insurance coverage in order to hold their job. I'll say that again. We need a requirement that all police officers have professional liability insurance coverage in order to hold their job. That requirement of insurance will ensure that each police officer is held personally responsible for any misconduct and not the municipality of Anchorage. Every time someone gets sued, every time a police officer gets sued, it's the city of Anchorage that has to pay for their stupid mistakes, not the police officer. All right? And so, currently the muni is vulnerable to a liability suit. From the information that is publicly available, Anchorage has shelled out over $20 million in the last 10 years for police misconduct. That's crazy. All right? And that's not much in the larger scheme of things, but we're only one incident of police misconduct, brutality, or wrongful death away from having...
Your time is up. Thank you so much for participating. Next, we have Mr. Michael Patterson.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Patterson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to talk about AR 2020 339, and that while I support the spirit of making sure that APD is more accountable and that policy and procedural changes, are put through a public process, I'm pretty disappointed that this is not an ordinance and that essentially it's just words. It's pretty disappointing that the Assembly will say, we'll pass a resolution back in June saying that they support Black Lives Matter and that police brutality is a huge problem in the country and in Anchorage and Alaska, and then months later pass something or create the Back the Blue Day in August, and then something like this, or where they eliminate AO 2020-80, which would have held police to a higher standard, and then we get this, in my opinion, subpar resolution that basically just is a bunch of empty words and empty promises. Like, thousands of people went out in the streets in June demanding change in the city, and we have yet to see anything tangible in terms of body cameras or an independent police review board. And so, you can vote at whatever way that you want to on this resolution, but I don't think it really matters. And so what I would ask is that the Assembly actually produce something tangible in terms of actual police reforms that the police are going to be mandated and held to in terms of body cameras and independent police review boards. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to in-person. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to participate? Yeah, go ahead, sir. If you can come on up.
For the record, I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust, recorded in the state of Alaska and filed with the UCC, the Treasury Department.
If you could state your name, please.
And Charles McKee.
Thank you.
And the State Department recorded. And so what I handed into the Assembly is in reference to Resolution 2020-339, but it also touches on to, this information touches on to the Ordinance 2020-104, and then Ordinance 2020-85. This information it talks about the definition of AS Alaska statute, and the definitions goes foreign trade zones, state of Alaska, definition in public corporations, and you drop down, it says, therefore law enforcement officers are actually color law enforcement officers enforcing private copyright color law, which does not apply to anyone not within the corporation. So I hold up this here piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, that indicates a corporation. You stand outside of that being a person, not a private civilian of that you've been filed with your trust, your treasure, your birth certificate. Therefore, you're not abiding by the Bar Association, which in this document shows how they've usurped your proxy vote. They made a proposal to the legislature prior to '63 that they would incorporate the state of Alaska and file it as ownership, and then they took and turned over their proxy vote of the public to them, and then this voter registration, it doesn't disclose to you that it's a proxy vote that you're relinquishing over to them. So that's why I alluded to the voting premise, and like when everybody voted for the selling of MLMP to Chugach Electric, well, that they didn't have really a vote because it was already relinquished. The proxy vote was already relinquished to the Bar Association, as well as the state legislature. So you got a CEO actually running the state of Alaska called the governor. And then this here page shows Brad and Dunn Street. So you're essentially allowing them to operate a color law institution.
Apologies for interrupting, sir, but you are out of time. Thank you for participating.
Sure.
CEO actually runs.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bernadette Wilson, and I'm here to talk to you about whether or not to extend the mayor's emergency powers. I know that you will be taking that vote tonight. It has been 7 months when October hits since you told us that this would be 2 weeks to, quote, flatten a curve. Never, ever did they say that this was about getting cases down to single numbers, ever. This was about flattening a curve. There has been no curve, ladies and gentlemen. We were told that this was about making sure that our hospitals were not overwhelmed. They're not overwhelmed. Your chances of surviving are greater than 99%. Between 99.5 and 99.9%, according to the CDC, depending on which age group you're in. There has been no curve to flatten, and you know that, and you know that now. You have told us that you care about businesses, that you represent businesses. They've been shut down. They've been told that they can operate at 50% capacity. You've told us that you care about the low-income workers. Really? Because that single mom waitress is waiting half the tables right now. You don't care about businesses. They're shut down. Red Chair Cafe announced today. They're shut down for good. Another business, and you're going to tell us you care. Those of you that represent East Anchorage, you tell me that you care about the low-income families and those kids. You know who's getting an education right now? The only kids getting a decent education right now are the families that are wealthy enough to afford a private tutor or put their children in a private school. You have failed low-income families. I don't want to hear from a single one of you that you care about education. No, you don't. You care about this mayor having his emergency powers so you can continue to get any funds that'll come your way. This had nothing to do with flattening a curve. There is no curve, and if you didn't know that, then you know it now. And I recognize we may not have the opportunity to vote on some of you coming out in a couple months. That's unfortunate. But I'll tell you what, we will stay strong and hopefully get you out of there. So remember, enjoy your tyranny right now because it's coming to a really quick end. I know that you don't care representing certain areas. You could care less what anybody says. We all know that. The mayor can call it AstroTurf support thousands of Anchorage residents. I'll tell you right now, the only thing that's AstroTurf that's going on, the only thing fake that's happening within this assembly is you attempting to sell us the idea that his powers need to be extended. That's the only AstroTurf going on. The mayor and this body standing up in front of the press trying to sell Anchorage residents a load of bull. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. All right, so we're going to only have time for one more individual. So,
Mr. Chair, I was in the queue to ask a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. Wilson, if you'd like to, I have a question for you. I have two, actually. The first is, so the legislature gave the governor emergency powers through November, and they've used that for a variety of testing and other public policies. Do you support also removing the governor's emergency powers?
I do. I absolutely do, 100%. And I will also tell you that part of the reason the legislature did that is because, as you know, they are in session. They don't typically gavel into session every 2 weeks, so I understand why they did
Sorry
that.
for shortening
but I
your
do
answer.
support
I just
pulling
want to
it.
make sure we have more time for one more person. So go ahead if you have a second question.
Sure. So we learned yesterday that the death count is now up to 56 Alaskans. By your numbers, about 1%, or let's say it's even 0.5%, die. You said it's 95% survival rate. That means it's a 0.5% fatality rate.
Right.
That would be 1,500 people in Anchorage. Is that to you an acceptable amount of death?
You have more people that die in car accidents and from crimes and homeless issues shooting up down on the streets. You can take all those other issues. Do those matter to you?
Are you saying that...
Okay. Thank you.
Are you saying that we have 1,500 people die of
Actually,
homicide in this city?
You've
a year?
got more
So,
than
Mr. Dunbar,
1,500
did
people
you get
that
your
die from
question
other
answered?
causes that you are not
did.
addressing,
Okay,
and
thank
you should.
So I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Thank you. So, thank you. So, sir, I'm going to go ahead and let you testify, but that'll be it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dave Bronson. I'm a voter resident of Anchorage, Alaska here. I have to echo a lot of what Bernadette Wilson says. We listened to the mayor talk about how there's a spike in cases. Does he not understand that there's also a spike in testing? I know how to end this, this epidemic or this pandemic. Stop testing, we won't have any more cases. I'm not advocating for that, but does he not understand simple math? The more you test, the more cases you get. That's what's going on. I ask that you do not extend the mayor's emergency authority here. Okay? You're going through a lot of really weird gyrations now. Now you're talking about taking $46.5 million out of the fireman's payroll fund, and then you're going to vote to put in $61 million back into that. A couple of questions. One, where does that extra $15 million go? Why are you taking it out of the firemen's, the first responders payroll fund? Okay, and what are you going to do with that money? Buy 4 buildings? You're going to buy 4 buildings to give 3 hots and a cots to people that need far more help than 3 hots and a cots. We know what causes vagrancy and homelessness in this city. We know what it takes, what causes that everywhere. And it's drug, alcohol, psychiatric abuse, it's economic problems, and the lack of availability for low-income housing. Okay? These people need help. You think you're compassionate by letting these people freeze to death on the streets? I have a friend who's a police officer, and he says, do you know what it's like going out at night, getting a call out in the morning and scraping a human being frozen to the street off the street? Okay, that's what you people are doing. These people need real help, and giving them 3 hots and a cots and a couple of old hotels and an athletic club, that's not going to solve their problems. It may make you feel good, but it doesn't solve the problem. Okay? So stop the nonsense, end the emergency authority that this mayor has, and let's get back to normal, and let's stop the ridiculous gyrations of trying to find out where to find money. Why don't you just cut spending for a change? Why don't you just try that? Okay? You're looking for money to spend, and I got a question for you, Mr. Chair. Okay, if we end this emergency authority, what's your access to CRF money? Okay, does it end? I just want the answer, and for the record, I'd like the answer. If you end your emergency authority, do you still get CARES Act money? And I think the answer is no. It stops. You're here for the money. That's what this is about. Money and power, not solving problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation. So apologies, but with that, we are out of time for our initial audience participation. So I'm going to go ahead and move us on to the consent agenda. So consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items.
Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order. Would you explain a little more clearly?
Sure. So code states that initial audience participation shall begin no earlier than 5:15, and testimony by the last person for initial audience participation shall end no later than 6 p.m. Thank you. So with that, we're going to continue. So consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pooled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the
Chair,
Assembly,
can I have a point of order?
Let me finish the sentence and then I'll go to you, Ms. Allard. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. Ms. Allard, for your point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Just asking for some clarification so I can understand as well.
Sure.
When we start public testimony at 5:15, Does that mean we actually start public testimony at 5:15, or did we start late tonight?
So what the code says is that it shall begin no earlier than 5:15.
So the public didn't really get their full 45 minutes of public testimony, correct? Just clarification.
That is not a correct interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what folks have to pull. So first, we are going to start with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. Can I pull 10B1, please? 10B2. I thought we did something with 10B4. I think Co-Chair had mentioned we moved it. But if not, 10B4, 10E6, 10F2, and 10F4, please. Wait, that's the one I think we moved to 13B2. So I'll take that one off. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go through at the end. Yeah. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 10G7. 10G7. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull one item, 10A3.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10A4 for reading.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
10A5.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing additional.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Yes, thank you. 10A6, please.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
10A2 and, I can't remember right, 15B, is that EO 2020-6? Yes.
We're going to get to the 15s in due order. That's not in our consent agenda.
That's not a consent. Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and read through this list. So we have 10A2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have 10B1, 2, and 4. We have 10E6, 10F2, and 10G7. Are there any other items?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you confirm with Ms. Allard if she wanted to pull 10, the first one she mentioned, she might have meant to correct it to 10F4, or did you want both, Ms. Allard?
Are you saying 10A3?
10B4. Did you want to pull that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you.
No. Ms. Allard, did you also want to pull 10F4? No? Okay.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, so that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or items that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you were here to say action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So let's go ahead and go through the list of items that were pulled. So we're going to start with 10A2. AR number 2020-337, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Fire Department Fire Inspector Rita Venta for over 31 years of public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I am reading. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Fire Department Fire Inspector Rita Venta for over 31 years of public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Fire Inspector Rita Venta started with the municipality of Anchorage on July 10th, 1989. And whereas Rita began her career at Finance Department and Solid Waste Services, where she worked for nearly 2 years prior to transferring to the Anchorage Fire Department. There she was a fire senior office assistant for 10 years and then a fire inspector for over 19 years. And whereas Rita has served under 9 mayoral administrations, including George Sullivan, Tony Knowles, Tom Fink, Rick Mystrom, George Wirch, Mark Begich, Matt Clayman, acting, Dan Sullivan, and Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas throughout her career, Rita has worked diligently and confidently on the job that needed to be done. Every day she came to work, she had an important impact that was valuable to our community. And whereas Rita's positive attitude, professionalism, heart for service, and commitment to the fire service profession is what makes our department strong. She has received many letters of commendation and gratitude from citizens and her supervisors to this effect. And whereas Rita has demonstrated an exemplary ability to communicate and follow up on tasks and collaborate with colleagues to keep the Anchorage Fire Department and its mission a top priority. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Fire Inspector Rita Venta is recognized, honored, and thanked for over 31 years of dedicated and distinctive public service to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of September 2020.
May I remove my mask? May I remove my mask to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
It's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of the Anchorage Fire Department, a very professional organization here in our town that I hope we don't take this for granted. You don't get here by yourself. It takes a lot of people and a lot of help and working together. I've had great support all through the years with the people that I've worked with my supervisors, the chief, Fire Marshal Brian Dean, and all our crews. Thank you so much for all you do. I'm real happy to be the one that's standing here saying, yes, I'm retiring. C'est la vie. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A3, AR number 2020-343, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2020 as Disability Employment Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Great.
AR number 2020-343, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2020 as Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, NDEAM, celebrating the contributions of workers with disabilities and educating about the value of a workforce inclusive of their skills and talents. And whereas this year is the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in various areas of life, including employment. And whereas disability can happen to anyone, and people with disabilities, including those with professional training, can contribute to the workforce with accommodations but are too often overlooked. And whereas Alaska has a lower approval rate for Social Security disability than other states, yet adults with disabilities still need equal access to housing, income, and health care. And whereas this year's large-scale challenges, changing norms, and employment adjustments prove that many employment requirements may be successfully completed in non-traditional ways, and differently abled individuals have a legitimate and ongoing role in the work environment, however it looks and changes. And whereas hiring people with disabilities creates a vibrant, diverse, economically sound, welcoming, robust, and competitive Alaskan workforce, and whereas policymakers, labor leaders, and employers can increase economic vitality by training for and establishing disability-inclusive workplaces with part-time professional work disability-friendly technology, employment-first options, and equal opportunity for all, and have a responsibility to create systemic equality in the employment process. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes October as Disability Employment Awareness Month and encourages the people of Anchorage to further their awareness about disability-inclusive employment. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of September, 2020.
Thank you very much for this resolution. My name is Annette Alfonsi, and my advocacy work is mostly part-time volunteerism from home as I heal from an acquired disability from a reckless driver. Many job descriptions do not say that they are full-time office positions, and I've been told jobs I qualify for must be done in the office because they cannot be done from home. And it hurts to be told that I'm not worth hiring. Caregivers and disabled volunteers make up a huge portion of unpaid work, and this is not fair or sustainable as it feeds into other systems. This year, we learned that these jobs can be done from home. And I'm sorry it took a pandemic for people to listen, but I'm thrilled at the chance to change standard employment practice. I currently work part-time in food service because that's the only place I was hireable last year. So in an ironic twist, while everybody else works from home, which I've advocated for, I have to go into the office. My current boss is the most supportive I've ever had. There's a difference between disability education and empathy, and between credentials and compassion. The needs that we have about inclusive employment are based on a need for a perspective shift about how it's possible to fulfill jobs. Changes to our routines without consent happen with chronic health issues, and on a large scale, able-bodied people are getting a taste of how this affects our lives. Later, you all can choose to change how you work, but some people with disabilities may not. We need to maintain options of variable employment in the future too. So now it's a perfect time to lead the way in employment first and variable employment opportunities, and to model what it looks like for people with disabilities to work in non-traditional ways. We experience the proof of it right now. People like me need people like you to officially change employment standards of practice so that today's employment options remain viable options for the future. And these can include education as well. I also invite you to see the 3rd annual Disability Awareness Art Show at Denali Graphics and Frame throughout October. We'll have virtual Meet the Artist and gallery art for sale options on the Unmasking Brain Injury Facebook event page, and people can attend virtually. We also have door prizes and a small Unmasking Brain Injury exhibit. You can also go to the gallery in person wearing a mask. Variable employment also includes the arts, and artists deserve to be valued as well. Please support them this year when times have been especially hard, and please enjoy the art show. And thank you again for this resolution.
Thank you.
Thanks. On a side note, I know that it's been very difficult throughout all of these times, and I'd like to thank you for all of the hard work you're doing.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item 10A4, AR number 2020-358, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2020 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and the United States of America. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that item is approved. Who's reading? Who is presenting?
I will be reading.
Okay.
You guys want to come up? Whereas the first Filipinos arrived in Alaska in 1788 on the fur trading ship, the Iphigenia Nubiana, and during the early 1900s began settling in Alaska, first in the coastal villages in Southeast and in Bristol Bay, and by the 1930s in Anchorage. And whereas Filipino Americans have a rich history of public and military service and participation in leadership and social justice movements, including the United Farm Workers Movement, the fight for ethnic studies, the Hawaii sugar plantation strikes, the Washington Yakima strikes, and the anti-martial law movements. And whereas the Filipino American National Historic Society's 2020 Filipino American History Month theme is the history of Filipino American activism, recognizing the Filipino Americans have a long history of solidarity with other communities and movements in their fights for equity and justice, including the Black Lives Matter movement, Alaska Native and Native American rights movement, civil rights and voting rights, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and environmental justice. And whereas during the current global health pandemic, we recognize the advocacy, leadership, courage, and service of Filipino American healthcare workers, including the Philippine Nurses Association of Alaska, who are on the front lines of the ongoing global health crisis. And whereas we recognize that for the first time in its history, 3 Filipino Americans are leading and serving as full professors at the University of Alaska Anchorage. Dr. E.J. Ramos David in the Department of Psychology, Dr. Gabriel Garcia in the Division of Population and Health Sciences, and Dr. Joy Chavez Mapaye in the Department of Journalism and Public Communications. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 2020 as Filipino American History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of September 2020.
Thank you, Assembly members. My name is Dr. Gabriel James Garcia, one of the full professors that you read there on your resolution. I was born in the Philippines, but I grew up here in Anchorage. My family migrated here in 1987. Went to Mirrors Junior High, graduated at Diamond High School. So go Lynx. One of my favorite American authors, James Baldwin, once said that history is not the past, that history is the present, and that we carry our history. And so we are our history. And so on behalf of the Filipino American community, we thank you, Assembly members, for recognizing Filipino American History Month. And on behalf of Dr. E.J. David, Dr. Joy Chavez Mapaye, it is such an honor to be included in the resolution. I believe that it is the first time in Alaskan history that you have 3 full professors in the university. That's more than many other universities in the lower 48, so we are proud of that. And we are proud of our nurses, and we have, I think, a few nurses here, so I would like to give them an opportunity to speak as well, because they are our heroes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Grace. I'm with the Philippine Nurses Association of Alaska. The PNAAK, as it's called, is it's a nursing organization that was formed in 2012, so it's been over 8 years that we're in existence. Our goal is to uphold, unite, and to promote a positive image of Filipino American nurses in the state. And also, we aim to provide mentorship to our younger nurses, Filipino American nurses. And at the same time, we also involve ourselves in the community by trying to help out with volunteer activities that promote significant outcomes to the healthcare and to our society. Right now, being nurses in our organization, we are in the front line along with other healthcare workers, and we take pride and joy serving our community to battle the ongoing current global pandemic. Thank you.
Hi, members of the Assembly. You probably recognize me, most of you. It's good to see you in person again. My name is Marianne Ganesius. I am the president of the Alaska Filipino Americans Association of Alaska. I just wanted to say that since we've been in history here in Alaska since 1788, my organization's only been around for 17 years, which is just a blur in the history of Alaska. But we would have been celebrating our 17th anniversary just last weekend, but we weren't able to. But I wanted to inform you guys that we recognize our scholars at that banquet. Normally we have 6. This year we got 12 scholarships. So that's a big change for us, and I think that maybe in the future we'll see their names here in a resolution in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Kennedy, or a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a comment. So I just want to thank you all for coming up. I'm sorry. I just want to thank you all for coming out, and I want to say that you all have kind of a special place in my heart because I, as a kid, when I was 10 and 11 years old, my father was stationed at Clark Air Force Base. And so I got to spend 2 years growing up in the Philippines, which is one of the absolute most wonderful experiences of my life. And I really appreciate the fact that you were talking a lot about some of the different career fields in that you've been in. And I will say that there are a couple of career fields that there were a couple of Filipinos in the Philippines who put me on a track for things that I still love today to do today. And one of them was my piano teacher, Mr. Urusha. And he was tough, I'm telling you. But he was a great teacher, and just his love of music is something that I've carried with me. I mean, I have the piano my parents bought for me in the Philippines over 50 years ago, and I still play the piano today. And the other one was a seamstress who would come to our house, and she could sew an entire outfit in a day, and I was so impressed that I learned how to sew, and I still sew today. So I just, there was so much that I learned in that culture. I learned so much about the history. I spent a couple of times in Manila and visiting the museums. I've been to Corregidor Island, Baguio City, and there are just so many amazing things about the Philippines that, like I said, just gives me fond memories, and when I see all of you, it just brings a lot of that back, and I just really appreciate the fact that you're part of this culture and this community here, because I think those are great ways to help share so much of what most people never get the opportunity to have that connection with or that understanding of. And I understand that I think you all brought us dinner tonight, or so thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A5, AR number 2020-355, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 3rd, 2020 as Artworks Day in Anchorage, Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. I understand that we don't have anyone accepting this, so we won't be reading it.
Oh, wait, okay, we do.
Oh, we do?
He did.
Oh, great. All right.
Awesome.
Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 3rd, 2020 as Artworks Day in Anchorage, Alaska. Whereas the arts sector in Anchorage was among the first to have its doors closed to public gatherings when Anchorage began hunkering down, still has its doors closed, and will likely be one of the last sectors to open its doors again for business. And whereas the Anchorage arts sector is an economic driver in our community, creating jobs, generating government revenue, and stimulating economic activity, as well as being a cornerstone of tourism. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that arts and cultural production accounts for approximately 1.7 million, or 2.6% of the Alaska economy, and creates 11,847 Alaskan jobs. Whereas Anchorage businesses benefit from an active arts community. The average patron spends $31.47 on food, shopping, and incidentals each time they attend a performance. This generates $9.2 million in economic activity each year for local businesses. And whereas art plays a fundamental role in education and youth development in Anchorage, a National Education Association report found that students with access to the arts in high school were 3 times more likely than students who lacked those experiences to earn a bachelor's degree. Teenagers and young adults of low socioeconomic status who have a history of arts involvement earn better grades and have higher rates of college enrollment and attainment. And whereas sustained learning in music and theater correlates to greater success in math and reading, and students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds see the greatest benefits. And whereas the arts give a space for people of all backgrounds, ethnicities, ages, and abilities to be included. The arts are a fundamental part of human expression and gather people together in large numbers to celebrate art, culture, and community. And whereas the arts are about community joining together, and with large gatherings inadvisable due to the pandemic, arts organizations would like to make the arts broadly visible across our community in a special day of celebration, engagement, and advocacy. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 3rd, 2020 as Artworks Anchorage Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of September 2020.
Thank you very much for this honor. My name is Jason Hodges, and I'm the Executive Director at the Anchorage Concert Association. And this has been a tough 6 months for us as well in the arts. Usually you come to our shows, that's how you know that we're doing what we do for the community, but our doors are going to be darkened for quite a bit longer due to the pandemic. But on Saturday, we're going to make the arts visible across our entire community. And we hope no matter who you are, what you do, whether you're an artist, a painter, a singer, whether you cook or bake or you garden, take photographs, whatever it is, please share your art with the community to let people know that the arts are visible and still active very much. And thank you very much for all the work that you've done to support the arts and culture sector of our community. It's going to be a difficult winter when we're not going to be putting those shows on, but the support that you've provided to us is greatly appreciated and is going to be part of the economic recovery when we get on the other side of all this. So again, my thanks for this honor.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think it's important to recognize one of the maestros of our local arts scene, Randy Fleischer. Today was his celebration of life. For those who didn't know Mr. Fleischer, who I knew as the great maestro, he passed recently and served as the music director for the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra. And Mr. Fleischer, he attended, not only was he an integral part of our art community, but he was also an integral part of our community, attending various events in our community and dialogues about race and the budget, and he went to everything. So he is going to be missed, and I think it's just, as we recognize the arts, I think it's important to recognize one of the great individuals in our art community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item 10A6, AR number 2020-359, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring the life and service of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring the life and service of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Whereas Ruth Bader Ginsburg, lovingly referred to by her admirers as RBG or the notorious RBG, and as Kiki by her friends and family, was raised in a blue-collar family in Brooklyn, New York, losing both her mother and her sister before graduating high school. And whereas, despite these challenges, RBG excelled academically and earned acceptance to Cornell and then Harvard Law School, where, as one of only 9 women in her 500-person class, she was asked by a dean why she deserved to take a man's spot in the class. And whereas these indignities and other hurdles did not stop RBG from serving as the first female member of the Harvard Law Review, caring for both her husband through his cancer treatment and their young child, and then transferring to Columbia Law School, where she graduated at the top of her class. And whereas, despite the discrimination she faced due to her gender and her Jewish faith, she was an incredibly successful litigator, making great strides in the field of equal rights, gender discrimination, and disability law, arguing 6 cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. And whereas, in 1993, RBG was appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States, only the second woman to ever achieve that position. And whereas, while serving on the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg became known as the Great Dissenter, famous for such statements as real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that leads others to join you. Women will have achieved true equality when men share with them the responsibility of bringing up the next generation. And whereas, until the 2018 term, Justice Ginsburg did not miss a single day of oral argument, even while going through chemotherapy for pancreatic cancer, after surgery for colon cancer, or on the day her beloved husband Marty passed away in 2010. And whereas in 2008, Justice Ginsburg was an honored guest at the annual Alaska Bar Convention in Anchorage, the most well-attended convention in Alaska's history, being interviewed by Chief Justice Dana Fabe, Alaska's first woman appointed to the Alaska Supreme Court, and the Alaska Supreme Court's first female Chief Justice. And whereas RBG will be remembered as one of the most impactful lawyers of the century, and as someone who made the world a better place and inspired women and men throughout our country, and whereas Ginsburg's spirit will live on in each of us as we fight for what we believe in. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is recognized and honored for her achievements, leadership, and life of service. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 29th day of September, 2020.
Hello, my name is Leslie Need. I'm a local practicing attorney, and I wanted to thank you for honoring Justice Ginsburg this evening with this resolution. And we'll be speaking, I guess, on behalf of all members of the local and state bar, thanking you for doing that today.
Hi, my name is Lauren Summer. I'm also a practicing attorney here in Anchorage, and I wanted to thank you for allowing me to share in honoring this very important figure, Justice Ginsburg. So thank you, and thank you for the resolution.
Good evening. My name is Anna Crary. This is Callum. He would say hi if he could. I am also an attorney here in Anchorage, and I'm lucky to practice with these other two women behind me. And I thank you very much for recognizing Justice Ginsburg's life of service and the phenomenal strides that she made in her field. And I think it bears mentioning that I'm pretty sure none of us, female company here, would be here today were it not for the cases that she championed. So thank you very much for recognizing that.
Next, we have item 10B1, resolution number AR 2020-338. Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adopting Anchored Home, the strategic action plan to solve homelessness in Anchorage 2018-2021. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
Yes, I don't know which sponsor wants to just kind of explain a little bit to me, but I was looking in the Anchored Home Plan and I didn't see where it said cost, vocational rehabilitation, drug, alcohol addictions, or anything with the court systems. Is there any clarification if that's in the Anchored Home Plan?
Would one of the sponsors want to address that?
I think we're looking at Mr. Falsey again.
Oh, sure.
I appreciate that look, Mr. Chair. This is Bill Falsey. I would have to defer to Nancy Burke, as she has been the lead on the Anchored Home Plan for the municipality. I don't have that plan in front of me.
So Mr. Falsey said that he didn't have that information at his fingertips.
Do any of the sponsors, can they speak on it, or that's just, it's not in the Anchored Home Plan, then that's what I'm hearing?
Oh, has Nancy Burke dialed in that she can answer that question?
Great. Ms. Burke?
Or maybe not.
Is Ms. Burke on the phone?
It appears she isn't. We can certainly get that information.
Okay. Mr. Constant, I see you in the queue.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the nature of the question, but the Anchored Home Plan isn't explicit about the specific costs to any entity of government or even to any private entity that's participating in it, such as Providence or Widener or any of the other participants. And so I don't know how to answer that question. It doesn't address the specific costs. That's not the nature of the plan.
And then Ms. Delatel for the same. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the Anchored Home really looks specifically at homeless services directly, those that are tied to, there are those that are related to homeless services, such as the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. And I think as Anchored Home has been implemented, it's important to note that those services have been relied on and integrated more and more. I know the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation is part of the resource hub at Sullivan Arena right now. I hope that helps.
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Halley.
It doesn't, because I still don't know the cost, and we're adopting a resolution where I don't see a plan. I see a layout, I see a presentation, but if that's what I get, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, you have an amendment?
Right, I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. Is this up where everyone can see it? Good. You know, this, are you nervous about adopting a plan that could compel us to do something when we really don't have control of the plan? So the broad view of this amendment is just to say, yes, we acknowledge it, and we have been using this as a guide for what we do, but it's not mandatory either. It doesn't require us to spend a certain amount of money. It can't mandate us to do those things, which is really where we are. I mean, that's how we've been treating it. In some places we go beyond what it would say, and in some places we haven't met it, but this just it kind of clarifies that as the intent.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. So I like everything about it except the fear that it would compel the municipality to act in some way. The only way the municipality is compelled to act is through some legal judgment or the will of this body or the mayor through a power that's his under the charter and the code. And so I support everything in this amendment except where it strikes municipalities' adopted plan. And so I would make an amendment to the amendment that would, where it's page 2, beginning line 32, would be line 33, is after 2018 to 2021 is the, and I would strike out guide and municipalities, and that's it. And I would ask someone to second for discussion.
Second.
So the purpose of this amendment is...
And could you repeat it one more time, Mr. Constant?
Yeah,
please?
so
Thanks.
if you look at Mr. Weddleton's amendment there, it's the third line down under where it says beginning at line, or second line down from where it says beginning at line 32. And so instead of adding the word guide, I would strike that out, and I would also strike the word municipalities right next to it, and then leave adopted plan. The net effect of this is then to bracket in time, 2018 to 2021, the adoption of this plan, which means for one more year. It would state, though, that we do adopt this plan, and then it would also say it's unless it changes. If it changes, then all bets are off. And in particular, Pillar 3 is our work, and this will be the guide. I think all of this is great language, and it helps cabin in, provide some buffer. But at the same time, this is a resolution adopting an anchored home plan, and I'm hoping that we have the kind of will to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak on the amendment to the amendment?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to support the amendment to the amendment because I think it actually negates exactly what the amendment is trying to do. And I appreciate the fact that, that the idea that it would be a guide, because I have the same concerns that there are expectations that the community could hold if we actually adopt this that we may or may not be able to live up to. So I prefer that it would be used as a guide. There's always a danger in when you adopt a plan, there's always an expectation that comes with that. So rather than trying to go back to what the initial resolution says, I would rather stick with the intent of the amendment as intended, or what I believe is intended. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to the amendment.
No, thank you. You know what, I appreciate Ms. Kennedy's points. I agree with those. And I'd like to also just add, and I think I mentioned this before, but we had changed earlier this year a note in our Title 21 where we referred to the Alaska Soil and Conservation service where they would kind of approve large animal properties and so on and how they operated. And it seemed like a good idea when we did the large animal ordinance 6 or 7 years ago. But then when that organization quit functioning, we weren't aware of it, and people were, things fell apart. And what it did is we had basically done what we're doing here, said, oh, we're going to use this group. We have no control over it, though. And it caused problems. So to say we have an adopted plan that is not our plan, we don't have any control over it, is very, very risky. So I think this amendment, so I would not support Mr. Constant's amendment. As it's worded now, really states how realistically we relate to the anchored home plan.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Mr. Constant's amendment because the municipality adopts plans all the time where we have partners, the Climate Action Plan, the Spenard Corridor Plan, which we recently did. These are ones where we are in partnership with others, and it does guide our work in the municipality. I think this amendment and the resolution make clear that our work in this area is under Pillar 3 and in conjunction with our partners. So I think it's completely consistent with the actions we take as a body with regard to plans that are put forward to address substantive areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, again on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, sorry to do this, but to address Ms. Zolotel's points, the plans that she pointed out are our plans. We wrote those, we adopted them through here with amendments and so on. We have complete control over them. There may be partners in it, but we control those plans. The big difference with anchored home is it is not a plan that we write or have control over. Not to say it's a bad plan, but it's not our plan.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, and then I'd like to see us vote.
Yep, just a quick counterpoint to that. The TIP and the MTP are a document that's worked out between partners, the state, the municipality. It is not our plan. In fact, much of it's their plan, but we continue to work and we have agreements. And so I think we have plenty of models by which we have collaborative agreements with other entities. And we do have a say in this process by being at the table, and this keeps us at the table. It doesn't require us to make any expenses or any kind of commitment, and it says if the plan changes, we walk. And so thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That amendment to the amendment is approved 6-5. We now have the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-2. We're now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion?
Chair.
Yes,
The amendment to the amendment, was that Constance and, Mr. Constance and Ms. Zolotel's amendment? The first one, the amendment to the amendment?
I believe so, yes.
And I voted yes or no on that, please, for clarification?
I believe your vote was no on that item.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, just speaking very briefly to this resolution, and this has been stated or at least alluded to by some of my colleagues tonight, but we are adopting this plan, but we very much have a seat at the table. It's also the case that this is a resolution, which means we could immediately pass another resolution and change it if for some reason the organizations that are working on this plan got out of step with our desires. So I support this resolution. I think given the very partnership-oriented relationship we have now with these organizations, that it will be durable. But I will say again, if for some reason we decide this is no longer the approach we want to take, this body can very quickly change this policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-3. Next, we have item 10B2, resolution number AR 2020-339. Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly setting forth a process for reviewing Anchorage Police Department's policies and procedures. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard, do you pull this item?
I'm good, Chair.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this item? She didn't say yes. Yeah. It's not the S version. No, it's not.
There.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I'd move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I know we're working on this and having citizen review of police policies, and I think there's probably a place to do that. And I just don't think this one's quite ready. And I think a big glaring fault is, you know, the Public Safety Advisory Committee is kind of the hinge on which this swings. And we have later in our agenda, or maybe passed it or accepted it in the consent agenda, but an audit of that committee, and it basically says this one's not functioning. And it recommends that we don't renew it. The recommendation is that we shut it down by the end of January if it doesn't reform itself and get it going. No, I think it will. We appointed some new people, and I understand they met, and they're getting it going. But this says we're going to use them. They're not ready yet. People don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. We don't know that they really function. But we're dumping a pretty big deal on them. So if this is a routine we're going to do, we're not ready for it yet because the cornerstone isn't set.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, just comment. I've certainly been ready to try to provide some improvements to this particular resolution, but I also agree that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of the Public Safety Advisory Committee that is part and parcel to this, so I'll support a resolution, or I'm sorry, I'll support the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also will support this. Again, I've said this before, but there is work that needs to be done here, and I support really looking hard at how we're going to be more transparent and work with our police in terms of their policies. I just don't think we're ready. We need to do a little bit more work to make sure that the path forward is clearer and that we have all the voices in the room. So I think more work is needed to be done, and I'll support a motion to postpone indefinitely, knowing that we need to continue to do the work to bring this forward in the right way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If not now, when? I mean, come on. I have to say, frankly, this is a baby step, utilizing a tool we have and a tool that we are often relying upon, commissions and boards, to help us do this work. I appreciate that the Public Safety Advisory Commission has undergone some changes. Fantastic. Let's give them some guidance on where we could utilize them. They are there to support us in our work and do this work. So we can put this off forever, it feels like, but the conversation of 2020 is transparency in policing and accountability, and I want to have this conversation with the community. I want to use the tools we have. I want everyone to know that we have, quite frankly, a fantastic police force, but to know that, you have to be able to have these conversations, and if we don't provide the mechanism or we keep putting it off, it will be 2021, and it will just keep moving forward. I understand this body takes up so many issues, and we look at so many things, but I implore you to consider that this is urgent to a lot of members of our community, and it's not necessarily as far as they would like it to go, but it's a start. It is a baby step. Please don't put this off.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that we are in Alaska. And if we truly had a problem with our APD, I can understand this coming forward. We do not have problems within the APD that reflect what's going on in the lower 48. We need to embrace the APD, understand they are doing what is right, and until I see any problems arise, solely against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious if we could hear from the chairs of the Public Safety Commission, because if there are in fact things that, or excuse me, the Public Safety Committee, if there are in fact things that community members are bringing up, I fully support the police department, but also don't have a problem with discussing those, perhaps in committee. So I'm just wondering if that's an avenue that people who are interested here could pursue.
Yeah, go ahead, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, for the question about the Public Safety Committee and kind of what we're doing, because we do have a relatively long list of items that people would like to discuss. So we are trying to formulate that list into a little bit of a better tool to use in terms of forwarding those conversations. I think just the fact that we've had the community conversations that we've had has helped some of those concerns and questions come forward. And I know the Anchorage Police Department has already been answering some of those to help people understand more about their policies and how they implement their policing practices. So I think that's an ongoing conversation already. For me, I'm looking at how the Public Safety Advisory Committee kind of fits in with that conversation as well. And that is a question that I don't think has been answered yet. But I'll leave it at that, and certainly my co-chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, may have some comments too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I guess I'm not fully understanding the question, but let me just say that the concerns that this that this brings forward are the same concerns and conversations that we are having in the Public Safety Committee. There is, it's my feeling at least that there's more conversation that needs to happen, especially with the Commission. As Mr. Weddleton said, it's you know, it's in a state of transition, and I don't think that there has been clear communication between our committee and the Commission in terms of our roles and how we will fit into this work. And so, again, I don't like putting things off either, and I'm the first one to say that that we need to. There's work here that needs to be done. This is not a non-issue, and I certainly don't want to put it off. But I don't believe that we're ready. I think that we need to have more discussion, and I think we need to get more people at the table to ensure that when we do take a step forward in this direction, even if it's a baby step, that it's the right direction. So that's sort of where I stand, and my co-chair, I think, would agree that we welcome these conversations at our committee and want to be a place where we can have these conversations and debate these issues and hopefully move forward with something that that will be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I've had extensive conversations with members of the community and with command staff of APD. And my takeaway from APD's command perspective is that they are more than willing to come to the table and have a discussion and even make transparency more effective, as they have been working to do over the last year or more, 4 years. And so this isn't, whatever happens right now, a statement that Anchorage doesn't have these issues or those issues or whatever issues. Anchorage has its own issues to deal with. And it is, in fact, a fair process for us to see regularly APD's policy changes, and it's also fair game for us to have advice from members of the community who aren't us, but who are appointed to serve in an advisory capacity for us. And so I regret to see the way that this has gone, that there are some who would make this us versus them. That is not, in fact, how this debate is in the end going to be, because I think most of us agree. We want a professional police force that provides for the public safety and respects the health and the well-being of all of our citizens and residents. And when you have residents who fear for their safety and relationship to the police, that's not a sign that those people need to change. It's a sign that we as government need to do a better job of communicating and relating with the people who we represent, whether that's us on this body or APD's command. And so I was hoping we'd get through this conversation tonight. There's a substitute version that was much more streamlined and that had the buy-in of APD command completely. I don't feel that's the way the wind is blowing today, and so I know that we'll be back at this question again soon if this question doesn't get answered tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, then I think we're ready to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I have a comment and then actually a question for Ms. Zalatel. I oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely because I believe that the intent of the sponsor was to postpone by a number of weeks and then come back with some revisions, or perhaps just help us work through this. I think two of the ideas in here, one, that we should involve the Public Safety Advisory Commission, and two, that we should try to get some affirmative statement of maybe quarterly, a summary of the policy changes, I think are both valuable ideas. And like Mr. Constant, I have spoken with the command staff, and I think they are reasonably amenable, at least to the latter. We passed an ordinance a couple months ago that required all APD policies be published online, and APD command staff agreed with that and actually went above and beyond and published them sooner than we asked for, which was great. But, policies change, and sometimes folks aren't always monitoring that website, which is quite detailed. And so it would be better to have some affirmative statement. They could come and just at least inform us. For that reason, I'm going to oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely, even though I don't think I support the current version of the resolution. My second question is to Ms. Zalatel. If you want, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to ask that. But someone could, in theory, move the S version, and we could not kill this tonight. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I'll be quick. I just wanted to reinforce what I heard Mr. Dunbar say. I actually think that there's some really valuable things here that we need to work on. And so I'm actually going to change my vote, and I will not support the motion to postpone indefinitely, with the hope that somebody moves to postpone it for a period of time so we have some time to work on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, with no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
The motion to postpone indefinitely fails 7-4. So we have the original item before us. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would move Kennedy Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Did you want to describe it? Go ahead.
Actually, if Ms. Kennedy wouldn't mind describing it, or otherwise I can take a crack at it. Really, I guess the reason I move this amendment is what it does is it makes some nice changes to the resolution that streamline the process a bit, as well as I really appreciate the recognition of the current conversations going on with community involvement. And it also includes use of the Office of Equity and Justice that is new, and the Chief Equity Officer. I don't really want to run through these one by one. I guess if you would like me to, I can, but that's the overall, I believe, intent, is to be more streamlined, involve command staff, use the Office of Equity, and make note of the community conversations that have also already occurred and are occurring.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, most of what is in here is just hopefully a better way to use the processes that we already have. There are certainly there's a recognition about the significance and the importance of public participation. There's certainly recognition of some of the challenges that the police department faces when trying to adapt and change policies that may have nothing to do with use of force. I mean, there are certainly people that are interested in that particular aspect of policing policy, but there are a lot of things that are just so much more simpler and mundane that they have to deal with on a daily basis. So this allows room for that to happen without it having to go through a huge, long process. It also recognizes that the APD chief is hired by the mayor. So it kind of leaves a place for, to recognize that significant relationship there and kind of the role that the mayor may need to be playing in these processes. And I think it just helps just to promote that better dialogue and, like I said, use those processes that we know already exist in an effort to make this not an arduous process, but just a better process. So, and I can certainly read it all the way through as it should sound, if that helps, but I agree with Ms. Zolotel. I'm not sure I want to go through everything line by line. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Yeah, I have a slight amendment to make. On the bottom of page 2, section 4, now 3, page 2, beginning of line 3, down at the bottom, I would like to strike the words "the chair of the Public Safety Advisory Committee" and say "a majority of the Public Safety Advisory Committee." My past experience with the chair of that committee has just been that person may represent themselves and in fact not the will of the committee or the commission. And so I want to make sure that that is the standard if we're going to go that way. And so I would ask your support of that simple amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak to this new amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment, and then afterwards I'd like to speak to the whole thing. Sure. So I guess I think there are some scrivener's errors in here, which we just noticed. We don't have a Public Safety Advisory Committee. Right. We have a Public Safety Committee and a Public Safety Advisory Commission, so we need to know which is which. I believe in this case, it's the Advisory Commission. Is that what the intent is, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, it depends on what line you're looking at, but for the most part, I think all the changes that I made were in reference to the Advisory Commission.
Okay.
So I'm not sure which line you're looking at, but.
In this case, it's exactly the place where Mr.
Correct.
Constant is changing. So
yes, you caught that, and that should be commission, yes.
So it'll be, in that case, his amendment to the amendment would be a majority of the Public Safety Advisory Commission members, I think would be the correct language.
That would be fair.
I have no other comments on the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That amendment to the amendment passes 11-0. We now have the amendment before us. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess these comments will go to both the amendment and to the ordinance as a whole after it's been amended. I do support this amendment. During this discussion, it was raised that the Public Safety Advisory Commission right now is not particularly well functioning, and that the chair probably needs to be replaced and some other things need to happen. Maybe that's not exactly what was said, but it reminded me of discussion we had, I believe, 2 years ago, perhaps 3 years ago. Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Peterson might remember. I'm not sure who else was on the body at that point. But it was actually Ms. Domboski, Ms. Amy Domboski, Assembly Member Amy Domboski, who sort of saved the Public Advisory Commission last time. Very similar set of circumstances. The auditor said this isn't really functioning very well, maybe we should get rid of it. And Ms. Domboski agreed that she, as an assembly member, would start going to these commission meetings. And she did. At least when I was on the assembly, that's the first person I remember going regularly to these commission meetings. And because of that, we decided to renew the commission. When I became the Public Safety Committee chair briefly, I started going to the commission meetings too. And I should say that I went and I observed, and I probably wasn't as proactive as I should have been. There is no question that the commission needs some support. And so, and police and fire were always there and always gave good presentations, but I do think that we need as a body, first of all, I think that we should give more work to the Public Safety Advisory Commission. I think that they are a great group of volunteers who are members of our community. In some cases, they have specific knowledge. I know there's at least one former police officer on the commission. And so we need to give them more work to do, but we also need to give them support if that happens. And so I would urge particularly the Public Safety Committee chairs, and I know you're going to do this, but I guess I would just reiterate that after we pass this amendment, it's going to be important that that relationship is developed a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to reiterate that I think there is more work to be done on exactly how we can benefit from connecting with the Public Safety Advisory Committee. I think with all that I researched and trying to come up with this amendment, it became obvious to me that that was a connection I wasn't even aware of that we had with this commission. So there's definitely some more work to be done, and I hope that this amendment helps to kind of highlight that a bit, not to be critical by any means, but just to recognize that, we can improve in a lot of areas, and this would be one of them. And it certainly would behoove Assembly members to basically take on some kind of representational role with that committee, I think, like Mr. Dunbar was saying, has happened in the past. So I think we can get there through part of supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment.
So I have one more amendment.
Well, we're not done with your first one.
I guess we could, yeah, we are.
Oh, that's right, we're on the amendment. Yeah, so if you have another amendment, go ahead.
So in the substitute version that was hammered out today between several parties that I thought would be introduced, and I got laid on the table, but it wasn't introduced. Now we're on this other item. It had one critical element that I think is the most important part of this conversation, and that is for us that APD will transmit to us on a quarterly basis a report of policy changes. That way we actually have a statement. Right. And so I would make the motion to specifically add a new section that states APD will produce a quarterly report to the Assembly presenting a summary of changes. Yeah, but to a policy, sorry, that was already in there. Here, let me restate that. Will produce a quarterly report to the Assembly in the form of an Assembly information memorandum presenting a summary of any changes to a policy required to be posted by AMC 39080.
And do you have this in writing?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll second that. So.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to that any further, Mr. Constant?
I think that's the piece that is probably most generally agreeable, that APD will just tell us what's happening, and instead of us having to go and dig through their website to do that. And then that puts us in the position to drive the policy questions, and it just streamlines for the public a way and a place to look. They can see it in a condensed manner, and APD agreed to that. It would have been nice if we could have simplified it all just to that for my purposes, but this is what we have before us. So I ask you to support this, and let's get on with this.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on this new amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate that this does come from the administration in a joint effort with APD, so there is already agreement to that unless they want to comment otherwise, if anything's changed in the last few hours. But anyway, just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that this original statement came from APD from the administration with APD cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
That passes 10-1. We now have the amendment, main amendment before us. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Zalato?
I just want to thank Member Kennedy for bringing this forward. I think it improves the overall resolution, and I appreciate the on the dais collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll support this, and I really appreciate the amendments from Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Constant. And, there's a lot of what we hear is, we do have a good police support and police force, and, it's like, leave them alone, let them do their job. And we hear that a lot, but, this is probably the only part of our government that isn't reviewed by some kind of a commission. I mean, look, the Planning and Zoning Commission is watching everything. Tonight, we have the building code, which is our entire public works, and the fire department. What is their job duty? And we're going through those things. Not all of the fire department's things, but much of that. And, Parks and Rec has a Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. So it's really, this is the only piece that doesn't get systematically reviewed. And what we're doing here is something fairly simple, obviously routine. And we're just saying, let's look at their policies and their policy changes. So I think that is important, and we should be doing this. So I appreciate where we landed on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
That item is approved 10-1. We now have before us, actually, so the next item we have before us is item 10B4. We're not ready for that item yet. I think there's an amendment that's being worked on, so we'll come back to that one. So the next item we have before us is item 10E6, AR 2020-361, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating $25,000 of nuisance abatement fines to the Office of Economic and Community Development for the purpose of continued code abatement activities, all within the Nuisance Property Abatement Fund. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did, but I pulled it wrong. I apologize. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank
No,
you.
I think I might have. Which is this? I'm sorry. Oh, no, but since we've got it in front of us.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I had meant to pull it, and then I scratched it off to not do it, but it was on there. Thank you, Ms. Allard. It just seems odd to me. I mean, I thought we had approved this fund for, nuisance abatement. It just seems odd to me that then they have to come back to us to use it. Is that, can we change it so they don't have to? Because we kind of say, go do this.
Thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. Assemblymember Weddleton, it is odd, but the fund, as you pointed out, is set up to collect delinquent fines and fees on our nuisance properties, and then those go into a fund that then gets reappropriated out to deal with future nuisance properties. We did not appropriate money to take care of this property this year, so unfortunately we do have to come back in this case. As the AM describes, though, we're appropriating an amount that we anticipate will be slightly higher than the cost needed for the immediate action, abatement action, so that there will be some remainder funds available if we have anything else pop up by the end of the year.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
I like that you went a little long on the dollar amount then. That's good. So is there a threshold, or is it like if you needed $500 to do something, do you have to move a shed? Do you have to come back to us?
Through the chair, no, the expenses on this particular case will eat up a majority of those funds, unless, of course, the nuisance property is taken care of before a formal abatement action is required. So there still is the possibility that the property owner could bring this thing entirely into conformance, however low that likelihood is. And in that case, we would still have the money appropriated and sitting in this account ready to use for abatement action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. Next, we have item 10F2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 135-2020, Sunset Audit Report 2020 S1, Public Safety Advisory Commission. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I was able to catch up on it. We're okay. I read about it. Thank you. I don't need any explanations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, let me make sure I'm on the proper item. Yeah, this one, you know, there's been some discussion tonight about how this commission has had some challenges. The report reads that for some time there have been some members not showing up. They have missed some of the mark. And I set to work on this commission almost as soon as last year began, looking for ways to make it better. And so we've been working on improving the process of this commission, and with the new chair who just took over, I think this week or last, and new infused energy of the membership, I anticipate that we're going to see really good results from this. And so I'm hopeful that the next review of this commission is not like this, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there was a lot to learn from this audit, and I really do appreciate the questions that were asked and the way they were asked. And, you know, some of it to me is just maybe clerical that needs to, you know, they just need maybe some more administrative support. But I think it's also important that the commission understand that they have a role to play that's important. And I think, you know, as far as my perspective, I'm thinking, well, now there's another sounding board out there that we ought to be taking advantage of as well, to make sure that they understand that we value their participation and that their work that they do is important. So I think as we start to send that message and have just a little bit better communication, I think will both improve the commission's work as well as the benefit that they'll give us in our work. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. I wanted to state first that as, you know, as not troubling exactly, but concerning as this audit report might be, I'm pretty sure it's better than the last one we got. The last time we almost sunset this commission. So I think they're moving in the right direction, but of course it takes a while sometimes. And I also want to say that my prior comments were not at all directed at the current chair of the commission. I was not aware that we had a new one. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. Next, we have item 10G7, ordinance number AO 2020-104, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 28.20.010 to establish the date of a runoff election is within 3 weeks of the date of certification of the election results that require a runoff. Before I ask for a motion, I believe there's a conflict to declare. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an unusual conflict in that it's not financial, but because I am a declared candidate for mayor, and this relates to the mayoral runoff, I would not like to be here during the discussion or the vote on this item.
Thank you. I won't run through the normal questions as this isn't a financial conflict, but it is a conflict nonetheless, so I will declare you do have one. Thank you.
Move to introduce.
Well, we should wait until he leaves. That's the normal routine.
Sorry. Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Okay, and that is all that we're doing on that item. So that item will be back before us for a public hearing on October 13th and October 27th, and the 27th is when we plan to vote on that item.
That's it. Dinner time.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back to item 10B4, and then after that, we will be back on item 11A. All right, we now have before us item 10B4, resolution number AR 2020-348, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for cultivation establishments, Dream Green Farms, number M10080, Old School and Buffy, number M11778, Secret Garden Cannabis, number M12770, Manufacturing Establishments Glacier Extracts, number M10828, Secret Garden Cannabis, number M12768, Retail Establishments Denali Dispensaries, number M11411, Hillside Natural Wellness, number M10837.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you have an amendment?
Move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
This is just simply to correct the category for Secret Garden Cannabis. It's under manufacturing, and it should be moved down to retail.
Thank you.
Second, if we didn't have one.
We did.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 11-0. We now have the main item before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. That completes our consent agenda. We are now on item...
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt for a point of order or a point of personal privilege? I'm not sure which.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
It was brought to my attention that there are people in the audience tonight that were waiting on the resolution on the declaration of emergency that we passed unaltered and unamended in the consent agenda. So maybe an announcement that tells people that there will not be a public hearing on that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so in the consent agenda, we passed a resolution. It's a checkbox resolution. And in essence, if the assembly decides to take that up, which no assembly pulled it, no assembly member pulled that item so we could take it up, it's a debate on whether we want to check any of the boxes. And so we did not do any of that. So it is my understanding that on October 13th, at that next meeting, we will have a resolution or an ordinance, whatever form it takes for us to consider on a possible extension of the emergency declaration. Okay, so we now have item 11A before us, information memorandum number AIM 130-2020, internal audit report 2020-08, annual municipal procurement card review purchasing department. I understand that we have a motion to accept on the floor. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
That item is accepted 11-0. Next, we have Assembly Memorandum Number AM 410-2020, recommendation of award to Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. for professional engineering services to assist in the creation of a stormwater utility for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage wastewater and wastewater utility. We do not have a motion on the floor. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to postpone to the meeting of October 13th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are requesting postponement to this meeting on October 13th to allow the newly established Stormwater Utility Commission to get us their recommendation. The commission met for the first time last week, and my understanding is this postponement won't impact the project, and there's no firm end date of the proposal as well. I would ask Mr. Bockenstedt, oh, here he comes. If I've understood correctly.
Can you go ahead and restate?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bockenstedt, I was speaking to the postponement of this item to the meeting of October 13th to allow the commission to get us their recommendation.
Through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, you postponing to October 13th is fine with us and for the members of the body. The commission had their first meeting last week. They have scheduled another meeting, I believe, on October the 6th, where they will consider a resolution that will be before them to support the scope of work that is referenced within this consulting services contract. And we believe that October 13th, that'll be before you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstedt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone this item to October 13th.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
That motion is approved 11-0, so that'll be back before us on the 13th of October. Next, we have item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 539-2020, non-encumbering sole source contract with United Way of Anchorage and Social Finance, Inc. to provide services related to the Home for Good project.
Waive reading.
Thank you. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing...
Only one. Godspeed.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. So, I'll support this, though I still stand by that it's a very complicated way to get where we're trying to go with this. But I think the pot's been sweetened substantially by the generosity of various philanthropists, I think Rasmussen and Providence and so on. So it's pretty hard not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presbytia?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. So next we're going to go into our public testimony items. So for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. For public hearing items, your testimony must focus on the topic, not other items or subjects. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. With that, we're going to go ahead and start with folks on the phone. We'll do, same as normal, 3 folks on the phone, and then let me read the item we're on. So we're on item 13A, ordinance number EO 2020-90, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily modifying or suspending certain portions of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 11, Transportation Inspection, as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So as I stated before, we're going to do 3 folks on the phone, then 3 in person until we are done with everyone who wants to speak. So first, we're going to hear from Mr. David O'Malley. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Hi, Mr. O'Malley. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for AO 2020-90. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, hello. You know, I'm on my way there. I could be there in 5 minutes. Will that be too long? I'd rather, address the assembly.
If you're on your way here, then we can hear from you in 5 minutes. That's fine.
Okay. Yes, I'm there. I'm on
Great.
Stewart
We'll
Highway.
see you in person soon. Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne Smith. Welcome. If you could turn on your microphone, please. There should be a button. There we go.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you all. I wrote to you all, my name is Suzanne Smith, and I wrote to you all a few weeks ago regarding the taxi industry and the need for immediate help from the Assembly. For those of you that took the time to reach out with questions, I really appreciate your time and interest. Our industry needs help now more than ever. Our industry is a critical component to our city and the residents that live here. We take people to the doctor appointments, children to their home schools, visitors that want to be wowed by our great city places of interest, and people who have had too much to drink home safely. The ongoing coronavirus has had and is continuing to have huge financial burden to our industry. Some of the biggest factors, of course, have been the absence of tourism, the city hunkered down orders, restaurants and bar closures, online school, and many conventions like AFN opting to go virtual. Our industry thrives on an active city with people moving about, and as the months go on and people get more accustomed to doing things from home and lessening their exposure even when things are opening back up, people are not excited to go back out like they used to. The impact continues with no end in sight. I operate a fleet of taxis here in Anchorage, and with the hunker down order took place, I parked my fleet of taxis for the health and safety of our drivers and our staff at our shop. I reopened 2 months later, but am still only operating half of my fleet for lack of drivers available and or willing to drive in the current conditions. Last I checked with the transportation office, they reported approximately 100 permits still not operating as a result of the pandemic. So the last thing we need is to strain our industry with 30 more permits. Our drivers out there are struggling every day to make it. Weekly, we are hearing of lifelong Alaskan businesses closing their doors because we are not able to withstand the financial burdens that this virus and the city mandates have had on them. We have heard companies like the Perfect Cup closing, Carl's Jr. on Huffman just closed. Yesterday, I read that Shane Lamb's studio in Palmer is closing. These are places that have been around since I was a kid. I know there are no doubt others that will be following. I worry about our city and what it will have to offer after we weather this storm. Here's your chance to help our industry, an industry that consists of hundreds of small business operators, so that we don't have to close our doors for operation. Our community needs taxi services, and your vote could help us navigate through these unprecedented times ahead. We are just asking for time to weather this storm. I encourage you all to please support this ordinance and grant us some time.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks, Ms. Smith. So this ordinance has basically 3 sections, and one basically says don't do the next auction, which would be 20 or 30 cabs, I think. And the last one is waive the permit fees, which is, I think, very responsive to the problems. I mean, business is bad. I think you've outlined problems across our economy. But the second section just refers to kind of pausing the changes that we've agreed to with transferable permits. So if that is paused, how does that help the industry? I mean, how does that help get more drivers driving and making more money?
Well, it's not going to help the drivers necessarily, except that it's going to not add the way it's going to help is to just give permit owners some time to navigate through how that actually impacted them. I don't think many people even really understood what was happening with their permits. I mean, you've got people that have been lifelong owners of permits that had invested for years and years in this industry, and it's a tragedy what happened to them. I mean, their investment, their livelihood went to basically zero in just a few years. So I don't think it's really unheard of or out of line to ask for some time for people to make some changes and decide if they want to sell their permit or not. It doesn't really impact the city anyway or them, so grant us that time to make some better decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your, oh, actually, I have one more for you. Ms. Allard.
I apologize. Did you, just to reiterate something, did you say that the Carl's Jr. on Huffman is closed?
Carl's Jr., yes, it is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have...
I'd like to testify.
You are not up yet, sir.
What's that?
So, sir, you're not up yet. So I have...
Is this public testimony, sir?
Yes, this
is this still the Anchorage Assembly, sir?
Sir, there are rules for public testimony. So I am finishing the third person on our phone list, and then
Oh,
I'll
okay.
go to in-person. So next we have Nancy Barbosa.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Nancy. You've reached me.
All right, we'll try Nancy again in a minute. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to in-person testimony. Is there anyone who would like to testify?
I'd like to testify. My name is Dustin Darden. D-U-S-T-I-N-D-A-R-D-E-N. I'm here today representing the people of the United States of America, Anchorage, Alaska, Infowars.com, everything godly and holy. In absolute relation to the subject in which we are speaking about today, I'd like to make a public testimony. Ordinance 13A, number AO 2020-90, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily modifying or suspending certain portions of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 11, transportation, inspection as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Assembly Chair Rivera, Assembly Chair Quinn Davidson, and Assembly Member Constant, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 507-2020, carried over from 9-15-2020.
So this is, sir. So sir. Hey, so I've paused your time, sir. So, sir, Mr. Darden. Hey, Mr. Darden, can you do me a favor? So I'm going to give you, Mr. Darden, I'm going to finish up your time, and I'm going to go ahead and just count this as a protest of our meeting, and then I'm going to ask you to, and then I'm going to ask you, sir, to leave the meeting after you are done with your testimony. So I'm going to Continue your time. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to continue with our public testimony. And just to state it for the record, so Mr. Darden, I am not going to allow you to testify on any other items that we have before us today.
Then you can, I want my tax money back today.
So we're going to go ahead and continue. Sir?
I want it all back.
No, sir.
I want it back now.
We have rules here, and you have not followed our rules. So you are done, sir.
Establishment. I want it all back. And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to give me all my money back. Every cent. Because I work and you take my money. And you try and tell me what I'm going to do.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this item?
Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and take a short break. So I think we had, thank you. So I think we had two more folks to do public testimony in person, and then we'll go back to the phones. Welcome.
There we
now
go.
it's on.
Okay. So I gave you guys a handout. My name is Kim Pavey. I'm the Fleet Operations Manager for Alaska Yellow Dispatch. You guys know him as Alaska Yellow Cab. Okay, so I gave you guys a handout of year-over-year trips run by our taxis. So from March 1st through September 16th, we are down a total of 172,435 trips. Now, that's not calls, that's actual trips run by drivers. So, and you can see that the number of cabs on the road, as I show here, in the beginning of March 1st, we had 196 cabs subscribing to our service. In April and May, we dropped down to 85 cabs. And now, even now, that things are starting to get semi back to normal, the 50% opening up, we're still at only operating 150 cabs. And from my understanding, there are, I think, 7 or 8 permits at independent taxi and only 2 at city taxi. So that's still only 160 cabs. And there are 250 permits available and out there that are owned in Anchorage right now. So this is a small step, a very small step in really what needs to happen with our industry. But I would urge you to not put these permits out again. And in response to the question that was asked of Susie, what pushing back the non-transferability of the legacy permits is what we call them in the industry. What that will do is it will still make permits available for purchase for those people that would like to purchase those permits. So even though the non-transferable permits, the new permits are not going to be up for auction, they will still have the ability to purchase permits via the legacy permits. And to waive the permit renewal fee would just really help these owners that have, they have set in place costs that don't change. They have to fix their cars. They have to pay permit, the dispatch fee if they're on the road. They have to pay for their insurance, which is exorbitant. So I urge you guys to please take this small step.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
Thanks. I appreciate your hitting that one. I might have forgotten to ask you, but it was good information. So is Alaska Taxi Leasing, is that you? Is that Yellow Cab?
Okay, so Alaska Taxi Leasing is a separate company that buys and leases permits.
Okay. Are they
And
connected
so
with
they
Yellow
are
Cab?
Yellow Cabs.
Okay.
I manage them. However, it's owned by the corporation.
Okay.
But they started a separate company to keep the two separate because Alaska Yellow Dispatch does not in fact own or operate any taxis.
Okay, so that makes sense. And I appreciate your data here. So it shows you're down 30 cabs or more from what you were operating last year. But then the minutes of the Transportation Commission yesterday shows Yellow Cab buying 4 new permits. I mean, it seems odd. Why are you buying permits when...
Yellow Cab doesn't own any permits.
Well, Alaska Taxi
So
does.
when Checker
Taxi
went out
leasing.
of business, Alaska Taxi Leasing purchased those permits that Simone used to own because her estate didn't see the profitability in keeping them.
Sure.
And so they sold those permits. And so Alaska Taxi Leasing believes that the industry is going to turn around, just like other people that want to buy permits believe that the industry eventually will turn around, that it will come back and be, profitable to be in this industry. And with your help, we can do that. But again, this is just a first small step to repairing this industry that has been completely decimated over the last 5 years.
Okay, I think that's what makes me really nervous then, because we did start a path. You know, it's like in minutes of a previous meeting, Ms. Smith had said that the industry's doing horrible. Transferable permits used to have a value of nearly $140,000, but now this year they sold for a mere $7,000.
Right.
Well, the shock in that is that they sold for $7,000. That seems
Exactly.
quite high, because the
But
intent.
that's because so many permits have been issued that they have been completely devalued.
Oh, no, they're not, because we were shooting for $1,400. So that they're even at $7,000 amazes me. So, because our intent was to make them cheaper.
Well, right, so you're talking about people that have invested anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 in these permits.
Right.
And so they should sell them for $1,400? Because this year, on this auction, it's still an auction for the highest bidder.
Right.
So they're still gonna go, last year, the cheapest one went for $5,114. So they're still going to be sold for that way over that $1,400 mark. You see what I mean? But they're still available. Now I've heard, in the last 6 months, I've heard of one going for $3,000, a legacy permit, because the permit owner just wanted out. And I've heard of them going for $5,000. And I've heard of legacy permit owners that really don't want to sell, but they're forced to sit on these permits, and they still have to pay the permit renewal fee, but they don't have anybody to lease these permits or drive them, because there's no drivers. I myself used to lease 6 permits, and I lost my cabs because when everything shut down, I only had 3 drivers for 6 cars. And that's something that a lot of operators, and I say operators because not every cab owner is a permit owner.
Thank you. I think you answered his question. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you very
Mm-hmm.
All right. Would anyone else like to testify? I think we have room for one more individual before we go back to phone testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Niall Williams. First name is spelled Nial, last name Williams. I represent 1776alaska.org. In response to the current Anchorage Ordinance 2020-90, now is not the time during a pandemic where everyone is already economically hurting to add more burdensome regulations onto our business owners. These are private entities that provide for transportation in our community. The exact same homeless folks that you all purport to be behind. When the buses don't run, they rely on this type of transportation. This will also be applied to Lyft and Uber drivers as well, so those business owners will also be inhibited. We need to strike down any further regulation that further burdens our business owners, our operators, and our community. As well, you before cut me off during a time in which I was specifically talking about that we want to redress our grievances with all of you. You all are tyrannical turncoats, okay? And when you cut me off during my in-person testimony,
Sir, I'm going to
that's
go ahead and
inappropriate.
pause your time.
That's inappropriate. It's un-American.
Sir,
And you're going to
I
be
need you to keep your
recalled because of
testimony
this. You're all
on the
going to be
topic
thrown in
that we
jail.
have
Every
before
one of you.
us.
Every
Thank
one of
you.
you is going to be thrown in jail.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to the phones, and then we'll get to you, sir. But if you want to go ahead and take a seat up here, thanks. So next we have Ahmad Taha.
He's here.
Okay. Mr. Ahmad Taha, are you here? You don't want to testify? Okay. Thank you for coming anyway. So we're going to go ahead and try Nancy Barbosa one more time. Can we try again?
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Nancy.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and go back to in person. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Yes, go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Yes, hello. My name is Dave O'Malley. I'm here to testify that this ordinance is really made to overturn an ordinance that was originally 5 years ago by Assemblyman Bill Evans and Assemblyman Dunbar, which was really made to break up a ridiculous monopoly here in the taxi industry, improve service, and give advantages to drivers to become driver owners. And it's been working. There's been no problem with it. And it's almost over. There's only one more auction. And the assembly or the city is not issuing permits. They have to bid on them and they have to get them. And if you all read what I've been sending you, close to 50 permits, transferable permits, ones with value, have been sold in the last 7, 8 months. So there is a market for them. They're being sold and they're being bought mainly by drivers going to work. And the permits that are being sold are basically what the idea of the whole original ordinance was to remove permits from people living out of state or don't drive, long since retired, or just been inheriting the permits and given opportunity to other drivers. And it's been working. There's been 4 auctions already. Every permit that was put out, except for the whatever ones, the handicap, have been bidded on, higher price than everybody expected, been bought, and they're on the road. Before that, there was another 20 or 30 permits in the last 7 years since I've been involved. They've always been on auction, purchased. There's an auction that should be going on right now that's been postponed a month, and they're trying to, I guess, kill it with this auction. Like I said, nobody's arms are going to be twisted to bid on these permits. There's obviously people who want these permits, want to put a cab on the road, are willing to pay the expenses and pay more than they should. Because I even put in the letter, there's an auction right now for 30 permits, and they're still paying $6,000, $7,000, up to $11,000 for permits, for the transferable permits. And those permits will still have to pay the $1,400 fee for the municipality. So I'm saying what you heard is not nearly enough evidence to overturn the original ordinance, which is what they're asking. And there is a reason for everything else. I don't think they showed proof that it needs to be done. Basically opposite, the proof is there to show that the original ordinance is working for what it was originally planned to do. And that's open up the industry, give opportunity, and improve service. Now, with the whole COVID thing, it's 3-4 months, but there's still 50 permits sold in that time period when we knew COVID was here and we knew there was going to be lockdowns, vice versa. And like I said, the proof shows that this is not needed. And, okay.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. O'Malley, to your right.
Oh, over here, okay.
No, I appreciate this, and I appreciate the information you've sent, and we've gotten good information from other sources too. It's been real helpful to kind of round out where we are now, having made big changes a few years ago. So were we to do this, we would cancel an auction and then waive fees. And if that were the case and someone wants to get into the business of driving a cab, how would they do it?
Well, I guess they could purchase with the few remaining, to buy a permit, the few remaining transferable permits will want to be sold. Like I said, the transferable permits that you could sell have a value. The ones that are still on the road are from owner-operators who have no need to sell them. They can make the $5,000, $6,000 in a month or so. So they're keeping them on the road, they're working, they're making money. The ones that are being sold are from out of, long since retired, out of state, or basically never really drove a cab to begin with. They're having trouble finding drivers now. And I guess they always will have trouble finding drivers, especially with the new drivers coming in with the auctions. So I think actually this municipality added about 60, 70 permits in the last 7, 8 years. And they all been sold, they all been successful, and like I said, things are going well. I mean, they're going a little hurting now with COVID, of course, but things are going as planned. The amendment's going as planned. And something Dunbar did add a couple of years ago, which wasn't there, where they can park their permits now, park the cabs, and not be penalized. It used to be if you parked a cab over 60 days, you lost your permit. So now, slow times, they could park the cabs, not be, no penalties, no anything, no losing the permit. And the original, a lot of drivers would like to just work 4 months out of the year, the busy time, summer, and, October used to be the busiest month, but now it's not going to be
Mr.
without fund
Welton,
checks.
did you get your
Well,
question?
yeah, I think that is helpful, but not quite on the mark. So if there are no, city doesn't sell any permits, then they can only get them from current permit holders. And so basically the supply is down substantially. What will happen to the price?
No, excuse me.
Will the people have to pay more for permits then if we cut down our auction? If we
I
go through our auction?
I don't think the industry's going to go that direction, but like I said, there's still a lot of transferable permits out there. I mean, all of them. And the non-transferable permits should be put back on the market when they're returned. So if somebody wants out of the business, they just give the non-transferable permit back, and it should be up for an auction if it's going by Title 11.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Sean Ryan, and it's been over a dozen years since I had any firsthand association with the taxi industry in Anchorage, but I know that there's any number of things I've done in small business over the years where technology and changing tastes have a negative impact on the bottom line, and the taxi business is certainly one of those. And in recent years, I found myself reading Robert Kiyosaki, who wrote the Rich Dad, Poor Dad books, and he mentions that you don't get into an investment with a artificially inflated value hoping that value goes up. You get into that investment hoping to generate income. And in recent years, the taxi business has kind of seen that come to fruition. So I think from what I read of the ordinance, you're in kind of a crisis situation here because people are expected to fill a role of operating taxi cabs and driving taxi cabs, and they're unable to make a living doing so. So if that's the case, then issuing more permits isn't going to help that, so I don't see any need to issue those permits. So I speak in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Robert Ransom. I drove cabs since 1980 until the pandemic hit. I'd just like to dispute Mr. O'Malley's numbers. There hasn't been 50 cabs sold. It's about half of that, and half of those were bought by Yellow Taxi in one way or another. I would just like to say his testimony should be held with a grain of salt. He's an Uber driver, and he's out to disparage the taxi industry altogether. That's all I'd like to say right now.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. This has been interesting. We made some significant changes to the industry. This was 4.5 years ago, and then again modified it a bit. And what I see from the numbers here is that it worked. So we wanted to take this very weird, unfortunately regulated industry and deregulate it. And we fully expected that the price, the value of the permits would drop, and we see here that they did. The puzzling thing is that they haven't dropped more. So when there's a statement from someone in the industry that it's in shambles because the permit value dropped. That's exactly what was intended. We got rid of this weird, tightly regulated, controlled number of permits and said, we're going to open it up, just like coffee shacks. You go open one up, and if there's 1,000 and they compete with each other, so be it. So it's working, and we're requested here to pause that progress and let the permit owners do what they did before for a little while and have the only permits that can sell. We're not going to auction any from the city. Only those permit holders will have them. Back to the monopoly situation, and to waive the fees. I'm totally good with waiving the fees. But these other pieces, they're the wrong direction. And we heard from one of the speakers, this is just the first step to going back where we were. We should not go back where we were. It was hard. I mean, they described it as hard. It was very difficult. People invested a lot in permits that had kind of a fake value because of this sanctioned monopoly or oligopoly or whatever it would be, limited number. And we shouldn't go back. Now, it's hard times now, but this helps the permit holders. It does not help the taxi drivers. Should we pass this and someone wants to get into the taxi driving business, now the market, the number of permits available has shrunk dramatically, and they're under the control of the permit holders again. And they will be paying more to get into this business. So you will help the permit holders, but there's a loser, and the loser is anyone who wants to get into driving a cab. So I would move to amend. I don't have anything written, but I'd like to make a motion to amend by striking section 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Weddleton?
Just did.
I think I just did.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
Can we just take a 1-minute pause, please, over here, just so I can reread section 2 for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
While you're doing that, Mr. Dunbar?
I was in that queue.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask the chair, the sponsor of this motion, this ordinance rather, either Ms. Quinn Davidson or Mr. Constant, to speak to why they did put in section 2. I assume it was because that was one of the suggestions of the industry, but I wanted to hear, like, as Mr. Weddleton has said, it does seem like the section 1 and section 3 are a little more obviously and sort of pro the entire industry, and section 2 is a little bit puzzling to me. Doesn't mean necessarily support Mr. Weddleton's amendment, but I'd just like to hear a little more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant's in the queue, so go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yes, thank you. This actually is one of the critical elements of this ordinance. This is the basically act of good faith that these individuals were granted, that they would have an additional amount of time because of all of the constraints of COVID. There was a deadline that they had to meet, and it was impossible for them to meet. This is actually a contortion that we foisted on this question, and in the end, we have made relief available to small businesses of many flavors. We've made relief available to school teachers and to not to school teachers, daycare providers, to any number of individuals. This industry is asking us for this relief, and I believe it's our duty to live up to it.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Also, speaking to this particular section, several members of the industry spoke to me about this, and specifically they were saying, I know 4 or 5 permit owners right now who missed this deadline because of everything that's going on, and so I think this is an easy way to give just one more year of time, so that in the middle of everything that's been going on, these permit owners can get their business done. So I think it is an important part of this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. To Mr. Constant's point, I think when we've helped other people, other industries, because of COVID, we've helped them without hurting someone else. But when we do this, we're helping the permit holders, but we're not making it cheaper for those who want to get into driving a cab. So it's not, it helps permit holders. It doesn't help people want to get into the industry. And that is why we made the changes we made 4.5 years ago.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I mean, I think a lot of this is confusing and not having the background that some of the members have in terms of dealing with some of the initial taxi permitting ordinances that were handled a couple years ago. I find myself at, a bit of a loss on really which direction to go with this. But my question is, this would just be a temporary 1 year kind of addressing of this potentially volatile sale or auction, just kind of waiting out a little bit to give kind of a pause. So, okay, and I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding, so that helps. But I do have concerns, though, that, I certainly wouldn't want to undo the work that was done a couple of years ago. So maybe somebody could speak to how this doesn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep going in the queue, and then hopefully someone else can get in. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a little confused as well, because Mr. Weddleton referred to a list of recent transfers that were in front of the commission, and I wasn't able to pull it up in my email fast enough. So it seems like there's still the opportunity, if you want to get in right now, you can. This just suspends and puts a pause for if you want to pause. It's a permissive pause. Am I reading that correctly, or is it a mandatory pause?
So I think at this point, I'm going to see, I think some of us could address that question, but I'm going to see if the Transportation Commissioner is available, or Mr. Falsey is available on the line. Are either of you two on the line?
This is Bill Falsey, Municipal Manager. We do have Carrie Belden, the Transportation Inspector. It probably is worth retracing the bidding a bit. We moved from what was the old system of having limited number of permits that were set by the Commission and auctioned only if they were deemed necessary by the Commission, to an open entry system under the ordinance that was referred to as the Bill Evans Ordinance, and that was supported by voters in a referendum effort. The move from the old system of limited entry to the open entry system had a glide path where we would do a certain number of required permit auctions year over year, and then ultimately anyone could come get a taxi permit just by walking up to the counter and paying a fee. When the new system of open entry was to come into place, the idea was that a permit holder also had to drive the car. But there were going to be a certain number of legacy permit owners who didn't drive the car but who leased it out. The certificate of ownership option was just intended to preserve the ability of existing taxi permit owners to not have to drive their car. And as you've heard from some of the other members on the Assembly tonight, there was a deadline this year where folks who were not driving their car but who owned a permit, who wanted to retain that ownership, we're supposed to file for a certificate of ownership. That was not it was maybe not as perfectly understood by the community as it could have been, and a lot of people did miss that deadline. My understanding is that the intent of this Section 2 is just to say that deadline is kicked out for a year. I may have garbled some of that, so I will now defer to Carrie Belden to clean up anything that I have misled you on.
Hi, my name is Carrie Belden. Yeah, my understanding is Section 2 is to postpone the deadline for the certificate of ownership for them signing it. If you pass, my understanding is if you pass this ordinance as a whole, it will allow for permit sales to happen this upcoming year. If you remove Section 2 and pass Section 1 and Section 3, then there will be no sales for this upcoming year. So if someone does want to get into the industry, they will not be allowed to, and they will have to wait. That is if you strike Section 2. I do have a concern for a couple individuals that were stuck out of country due to COVID reasons that did miss the deadline. They returned back to the United States after the deadline had passed. So I do have a concern for a couple members in that situation if number 2 is struck.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I just would offer that Section 2 is us acting in good faith to the community of these individuals who have asked for this aid. We're told we're working on it, and in fact, now it's before us. Should have happened before the end of August, and it'd be an incredible act of bad faith by this government to not honor this section. I urge a no vote to this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. So I think, I didn't catch who was speaking, the woman. Was that the transportation?
The transportation inspector.
Okay, thanks. To you. So, okay, yeah, that's interesting. So I thought that, because you can still sell permits. It's like the Alaska Taxi Leasing bought permits yesterday, and those weren't from an auction. So, I mean, permits are still out there that can be bought. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is incorrect. Those permits were purchased prior to the deadline, but they must be approved by the Transportation Commission. And the commission meets monthly, so it covers the prior sales as an approver. But those sales are already completed and done.
Okay, well, that's important. So I appreciate that. So I was in error. I would modify my amendment then to delete section 1 and 2, and that would allow there to be permits.
Does the seconder agree with that? Ms. Allard?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So now the new amendment we have before us is striking sections 1 and 2. Is there any further discussion on that?
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Allard.
Okay. Can I address Mr. Weddleton, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Weddleton, I need a little bit, because like Mrs. Kennedy is shaking her head over there, I am struggling with this one. I need a little bit more information from you, what I just heard, to explain you striking 1 and 2 means, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So I need to hear again what you believe and who it would affect, more people or less people.
Different people, and this will help more than the number who are hurt, I believe. We are in a transition period from the kind of closed entry system, and this would pause this proposal. So, and I didn't realize that with deleting 2, that there would be no permits available for sale. We don't want that. We want people to be able to get into being taxi drivers easily, like they could in any other business. So, section 1 says the city will make available 30 permits. And it says we will not do that. So by deleting that, we will have an auction this year, and people can go in and bid on these permits. They have been paying, it was an average, you took out the outliers, I think we heard one was $3,000, another one was quite high, but may have included a cab with it. So when you take out the outliers, they're paying about $7,000 in the auction for the city permits, and also about $7,000 from the legacy permits. So people want to get in. The surprise to me is that it was that high, because we're going down, I think, to $1,400 in a year. So, but by deleting section 1 and section 2, anyone wants to drive a cab, you can go bid on a permit from the city. You got 30 there. Choose to or not. If the industry is not making money, people won't do it, right? But if it is, we make it available. Section 2, by deleting that, it takes away so that the only market isn't the legacy permit holders, which is the way it used to be, and we're trying to get away from that system.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I hope that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
It was very complicated. We had lots of public hearings and.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would just offer that it would help abstract people that may exist somewhere, and it will hurt real people that are before us. That's what the point I think is being made.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Presberdia? Mr. Presberdia?
That amendment fails 9-1. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes 11-0. You can clap or not. Next, we have item 13B, ordinance number 2020-85, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to adopt the following codes and local amendments.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, it is the intent of the body to, if majority approved, to continue this item to October 27th, but we're happy to hear from you today. So, with that, public hearing is now open.
Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order.
Yes.
So, what you just described was to continue the public meeting, and this might be a question for Ms. Vogel as well. I'm hopeful that just so we can follow as closely to that state law that may or may not be applying to this question, that in fact we would close the public hearing tonight and then set a new public hearing, because I believe that the way the code, the state law reads is that we would have multiple public hearings, and that would allow people who are concerned to testify now and again, because it would be a new public hearing. So I know we're not there now, we can open and go through this public hearing, but for my part, I would hope that that's the action we contemplate as opposed to continuing the public hearing.
Sure, that'll be up to the body. So we're going to go ahead and have one person on the phone, and then we'll do in person. So first we have Mr. Chuck Homan.
Mr. Chuck?
Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for AO 2020-85 regarding the building codes. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my name is Chuck Holman. I've been a builder and remodeler in Anchorage since 1978. My concern with 507.1, required water supply, is the enforcement of this code on single-family and duplexes. This is a significant change from what the municipality has enforced as a building code since its inception. I'm asking that the Assembly delete the International Fire Code requirements for 1- and 2-family dwellings, or amend Section 507, as many other building jurisdictions have done around the nation. This change creates a great financial burden on my clients, the homeowners of the Anchorage area. It adds little to the market value of the home and may make it unfeasible to build an addition onto their home or to build a new home. One home I recently built had a foundation measuring 24 feet by 28 feet, built off Eagle River Road. This was a very modest house with an initial construction cost of $276,000. To install a sprinkler system would add approximately 10% to the cost of the home. After plans were drawn, construction financing obtained, and an engineered design conventional septic system, the building department denied the septic plans and required the homeowner to install an advanced wastewater treatment system. This added $15,000 to the cost of the home. This past year, the Assembly increased the cost of conventional septic systems by approximately $4,000 with the code changes. I ask that when you're making a decision on this body, that you keep in mind the total cost to the consumer and the value that it brings to the community. I contacted my insurance agent about residential sprinkler systems and how it affects a homeowner's premium. Their response is that it has no impact on the homeowner's insurance premium. However, a monitored fire alarm system does provide a discount on the premium. And I agree with the fire marshal's concern of fighting wildland fires in the Anchorage area. However, the changes fail to address this concern. Water supply in areas unserved by the municipal fire hydrants needs to be addressed. Installing sprinkler systems inside residential homes fails to address this issue of stopping wildland fires. On the municipal website, the Anchorage Wildfire Protection Plan is over 10 years old. Items identified in it no longer exist. The South Fork Fire Station on Highland Road has been abandoned, and the property was being considered for sale recently. Restoring the site as a water storage facility and increasing the number of water tankers the fire department has available may be something this body should be looking at. Thank you for taking my concerns into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we don't have anyone else to sign up to testify over the phone, so we're going to move to in-person testimony. So, Mr. Darden, unless...
Yes, sir. So on this, and my name is Mr. Dustin Darden.
So, Mr. Darden, unless a majority of the body disagrees with me, I'm going to go ahead and enforce my prior ruling, which was that you cannot testify anymore today. Just for today.
I request a vote from the assembly.
That is up to the body.
Well, you said you like the majority, so
I'm not going to argue with you, sir, but I did state that unless there is a opposition from a majority, I'm going to stick with that ruling.
okay, then let's see the vote. There's no other way to determine that there's a majority. What a vote, sir.
So, sir, I'm going to stick with the ruling that I've made.
The gentleman, Mr. Chair, in all due respect, you said you'd like to make a new law and making regulations on it. I think
Yeah.
it'd be in order.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Apologies for the delay, folks. We're going to go ahead and get started here in a minute. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get back to the meeting. So we're still in public testimony, right? We didn't close it? I think so. Thanks. All right, so Mr. Darden, are you going to go ahead and do your 1 minute? And just to be very clear for the record, this is 1 minute for the remainder of the meeting. Sorry, your microphone's not on. I'll restart. Your microphone's not on. Can you turn it on, please? Which button is it? So there should be an arrow. It is not on, no.
Is my microphone on?
It is on now,
Is it
yes.
on? Check,
Yep.
check, 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 check.
Go
My
ahead.
name is Dustin Darden, spelled D-U-S-T-I-N, D-A-R-D-E-N. There's a specific portion of this bill I'd like to speak on. 2018 Uniform Building Code. And with this, I request that you make an amendment to this ordinance to include reverse osmosis filtration systems in every school building to remove the hexafluoric acids that you're adding to the water supply and all municipal buildings. If we're doing this code, we got to stop damaging their brains and their bodies with classified neurotoxins that's known to lead to lower IQs, damaging the brain, kidney failure, and cancer. I did not agree to speak only 1 minute to this, and for the rest of the night, I will be speaking. I've broken no law, nor have I done anything of any harm to any man.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, welcome.
I think it's still on.
Yep.
My name is Eric Visser. I am the current president for Anchorage Home Builders Association. I'm also a small residential home builder here in Anchorage, Alaska. Just wanted to talk on a few points on this ordinance. Title 23 there's a lot of proposed changes in here, so there's been a couple of things that have been coming up over the last couple of months. But the first thing I want to touch on is what Chuck Holman touched on before, the fire sprinkler requirement. We have been really digging into the weeds on this to try and figure out exactly what's changing with this requirement and how the municipality is going to enforce it. From our perspective, there's been a letter that Bob Dole had sent out to the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board that kind of led them to believe that there was no actual requirements changing. They were just giving residential home builders another option for fire sprinklers for homes that are built more than 600 feet away from a fire hydrant. I can tell you today, we can build homes more than 600 feet away from a fire hydrant right now that don't require fire sprinklers. So we're kind of unsure about what's actually changing, and we haven't got a lot of clarity on that. There's been some things going back and forth where, people are saying people are lying to each other. We're just totally unclear. We don't think this is a really good, clearly written policy, so we definitely like to either go back into a work session and get that changed, or just not have the IFC apply to 1 and 2 family dwelling units in Anchorage. There's also been some talk about the ISO lowering the insurance rates for a couple of these items that are proposed today. We called the ISO regional office today. They're not aware of any proposed code changes within Anchorage that would actually lower our insurance rates. And they also are not clear that requiring fire sprinklers within residential homes will actually by itself lower the insurance rates for the residents and the municipality of Anchorage. So we're still trying to get some more information on that. Going back to the work session that happened on Friday, Brian Dean made a presentation about some of the average installed cost on residential fire sprinkler systems within the municipality. Those were strictly installed cost. There is a lot of other costs that go into the residential building house that weren't really included on that. You're talking 5% for real estate commission, 1% loan origination fees, title insurance, profit, overhead, all those sorts of things. So you can really take that number and about double it for the cost that he actually proposed on what the average cost of a fire sprinkler system is. And that's really all I had for today. I will take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see anyone in the line for questions. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Salatel.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. My question is, can you think of, I understand the desire for sprinklers and for fire protection in areas that can be challenging for fire, but can you think of other ways to mitigate fire danger when you're building? Are there other techniques that could be considered, or is it really sprinklers the best thing to do? I guess I'm trying to get my hands around what the options might be.
Definitely. I think if you looked at the statistics and what actually prevents death in a home fire situation, statistically smoke alarms really have the greatest effect on preventing death within residential structures. Given Anchorage's current housing stock and the rate at which we're building, if we start requiring fire sprinklers now, it's going to take a very long time for us to actually have a majority of the houses have fire sprinklers. But having smoke detectors and CO detectors within the house has a major impact on reducing death in a residential fire. And that's already a requirement.
Thank you. So unfortunately, it's not working right now for folks to request to speak, so just wave me and I'll add you to a queue. So next I have Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Mr. Visser, I'm over here. Do you know if the appraised values will go up if the sprinkler systems are added to a home?
Definitely not. I don't know. Appraisers have they don't value residential fire sprinkler systems very high, and definitely not the full installed cost. So it provides very little value from an appraisal standpoint.
Chair, can I do a follow-up, please? Thank you. My other question is, do you know of any other builders that actually have sprinkler systems of your friends in their homes? Any?
Like their personal homes?
Yes, residential homes.
No.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Allard? No? Okay. So next I have Mr. Weddleton, then I have Mr. Peterson, then Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. So, Mr. Visser, so I think the water supply 507.1 is kind of the issue with the sprinklers, right? So if 507.1 were simply stated, single family, two family, and townhouses were exempted, does that get where you need to be?
Yeah, if we can be clear that 1 and 2 family dwelling units and townhouses don't have to follow this requirement, I think that would be acceptable.
Is that essentially where you are now?
Yes.
Under current rules?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've been told that the vast majority of home fires start in the kitchen. What do you think about just putting sprinklers in the kitchen? Thank you.
I think from an installed cost perspective, there's a lot of items that are required for a sprinkler system regardless of the system size. So I think you're going to be spending a lot of money, upfront cost. You know, as you raise the sprinkler head count, obviously your count per head goes down. So I think just requiring them in one location in the house is still going to have a major impact on the cost of installing that system. So from a cost benefit perspective, you might as well just put them in the whole house if you're already spending, half that cost for one sprinkler head.
Thank you. So I have Ms. Kennedy, then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Visser, sorry. You were talking a little bit about the appraisal value of the house not really being able to reflect the cost of a sprinkler system. So then, essentially, who pays for that additional cost? Is that something that just comes out of the builder's profit if they can't actually charge more or, put a higher price on that particular house? I mean, really, who's paying for this then?
No, it's a direct cost to the consumer. It depends on how the builder actually puts together their costs throughout the entire year. Some builders adjust their costs in the following year, so all the houses priced out for the next year are going to be going up. Myself, I build a lot of custom homes, so it's strictly dollar for dollar. If this system costs $25,000, the client will be paying an approximately $30,000 to $32,000 for all the overhead and permits and inspections and stuff that go along with that.
Okay, well, I'm still trying to figure out then this idea that an appraisal would not reflect the additional benefit of having a sprinkler system in it. So when you go to get your mortgage and you have somebody come in and appraise the house and they say, oh, we've got two houses, they're both 2,500 square feet next door to each other, one has a sprinkler system and the other doesn't, but they're the same value.
Correct.
So when that happens, who's actually paying the cost of the sprinkler system being put into that house, one of those houses?
It'll come directly out of the client's pocket. It's the same thing with, say, in-floor radiant heat versus a forced air system. You don't get the appraised value on in-floor radiant heat than you do on a forced air system, but people are willing to pay that upgrade cost, and it comes right out of their pocket because they want that amenity, but it's not valued the same way in an appraisal perspective.
So you're saying it would just come out of their pocket? It
Correct.
wouldn't be something that could go into their mortgage payment?
Depending if the appraised value is above or below the sales cost.
Okay, all right, well, okay, I'm still tracking on that, but thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So there's a couple I have. If we put, and you might not know the answer to this, I do, but I want to hear it from a builder. If we put sprinklers in the kitchen, and that's the number one place where fires start, and you're having water come down and it's hitting grease, what's the number one thing they say to us?
Yeah, don't put water on a grease fire.
That's right. So putting sprinklers in a kitchen seems crazy, right? So my other question is, right now interest rates are really low.
Correct.
So right now, a lot of people can afford to buy homes. But you said next year, if this was implemented, rates are probably going to start going back up. So this might price more people out of the home industry. So my overall question is, it doesn't just affect a buyer. So if you have a buyer and everybody falls below them, who are the people it's affecting? I'm talking down from the mortgage lender to the mortgage lender's assistant to title company. How does it affect a builder? All the way down to the electrician? Can you tell me a little bit how that's going to impact everybody?
Well, so National Association of Home Builders puts together some statistics for us that depending on the price of the home, say a $550,000 home, if you raise the price by $1,000, it prices approximately 230 people, 230 families out of the ability to qualify for that home. So if you raise a $550,000 house to a $551,000 house, there are now 230 people in Anchorage specifically that can't afford that home. So we're talking, if we raise the price of a home that's built in Anchorage, $15,000, we're talking thousands of people that now can't afford that home or can't qualify for that home from their income perspective. So yeah, it does trickle down all the way. Like you said, the interest rates are crazy low right now. They'll never be this low again, I don't think. But there's a lot of people that can't afford them. And if we raise the cost now and insurance rates continue to go up, it's just going to have that much more of an impact for people to be able to qualify for a new home.
Chair, can I do one follow-up? Can you tell me the median cost of a single-family dwelling, not a duplex, a single-family dwelling right now in Anchorage?
Not right off the top of my head. I think it's
about 400,000.
Did you ask new construction?
New construction, we're
I think
talking
it's
about sprinklers.
550,000 for new construction.
Okay, thank you.
450,000, thank you.
Thank you.
Phone to friend.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Through the chair, I do understand that I will not be on topic, so if you choose to stop me, I do understand that. I would just like to point out, I've been against several of these people on your assembly, and also the mayor many times, but I was really impressed by the way the mayor came over here and talked to this gentleman over here. It didn't have to be for any other reason other than to acknowledge what was going on. And I do appreciate that. I want to thank each and every one of you for allowing that to happen, because it was very well done. Thank you. Spot on. That's what we want from our assembly. That's what we want from our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, Russ. My name is Niall Williams. N-I-A-L is the spelling of my first name. I represent the nonprofit 1776 Alaska. I would like to discuss when it relates to this bill, specifically that we are on the wrong track. While this will increase through regulatory procedures, inspection procedures, this will cause tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of extra costs to the homeowner. It will move people out of Anchorage, and that's what y'all want, because y'all are looking to take over the land and give it back to the native people. Reparations are something that's irrelevant, even during COVID. Now, let's speak to the actual inspections within this bill. I would like to move that in violation of the unreasonable search and seizure clauses that are both in the U.S. and Alaska state constitutions, that I move to strike this whole bill. I would like to ask that a motion be made to strike this entire bill from the record, please. Crickets, as we expected. Y'all can change up whatever you're going after here, whether it's sprinklers, regulating what types of refrigerators we buy. The unlawful inspections, the unlawful searches, and the unlawful seizures are illegal, unconstitutional, and ungodly. If you try to enact these or to deploy municipal personnel to enter the homes of anchorites against their will, before God, we will not allow it. Thank you very much, Assembly. Is there any questions?
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Good evening. Jennifer Anderson, Jennifer Anderson. Your phone? So I've been spending a lot of time house hunting lately, and so the subject of sprinklers in new builds is of great concern to me. I'm house hunting because somebody is going to plop a homeless shelter a few hundred yards from my house, and I don't want to raise my 8-year-old. I don't want to go through what Mr. Aleva's family went through. And although there's a little bit of fight left, pitting the spirit and will and paychecks of Heather Meadows and Geneva Woods and Spenard against the mighty municipality of Anchorage, which has every taxpayer dollar in their pocket to fight us back. It's hard to have hope. So I'm house hunting. It is extraordinary how expensive houses are right now. It's heartbreaking how expensive houses are right now. I do not want to leave Anchorage. I think that if I leave Anchorage and lots of other people leave Anchorage, I think that Anchorage will fall because of the political leanings. If everyone heads to Wasilla, who's going to fight? Who's going to put Anchorage back on track? So I don't want to leave Anchorage.
We got your back, don't leave.
I'm trying not to. But the sad reality is that a modest single-family home is very expensive. Even going out to Peters Creek, you're looking at $350,000 for a 50-year-old home. If you buy a lot for $80,000 or $90,000 and a manufactured home for about $175,000 and then put a septic system in, which is more expensive now, thank you so very, very much, I appreciate that a lot, and a well, and now you're proposing to add sprinkler systems to anything new, I can guarantee I will not buy a home with a sprinkler system. Even aside from the expense, there is the danger of the sprinkler system going off in error and causing catastrophic damage to the house. This is a terrible idea. Now, having said that, I fully expect you to pass it because, hey, that's kind of what you do. It's your specialty. Let's pass terrible ideas. Sorry, that was sarcasm in case you didn't notice. I do not support this. Having been up to my elbows in house hunting, this is a terrible idea. It's going to make things very, very expensive, even more so than they already are.
Thank you for your testimony.
I will point out the irony of being concerned about hurting one part of a population versus
Ma'am,
another with the
your
taxis.
time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
It's very fascinating. It's fascinating. That too is sarcasm.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. I have to just reiterate what has already been said before, that you are pushing people out of Anchorage. I heard from someone at one of these meetings that a solution to the problem with even our fine police force that are leaving and out in the valley where it's cheaper and safer and freer, it's open out there for restaurants, that we should perhaps think of the municipality should start thinking about perhaps mandating that the police department actually live in Anchorage. That's not a solution. We need to make Anchorage a safe, economical place to live. And that, as much as you're trying to with the thoughts as far as making people feel safer, I believe in Anchorage. I believe in the people that live here. Let them make those decisions themselves as far as what level of security they want for their home, to what degree, and spend their money the way they want to spend their money. So I am certainly very much against this. You are losing good residents, people who live here in Anchorage. It's just getting too high. And the other gentleman that spoke too, I've been to workshops where he talked about mattresses, and everything is fad. You're supposed to eat eggs one year, then you're not supposed to eat eggs. It's all these fad things, and the decisions you make. And being a business owner, I look at things differently. Every decision I make has a cost factor involved in it, and I don't think that you're considering those things, and you're burdening and you're hurting Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is William Topel, spelled T-O-P-E-L. I have not read this proposed ordinance yet, so maybe you can shed some light on me and to the rest of the people here. I'm a senior citizen living on a fixed income. Does this require me to install sprinkler systems, or do I have to install sprinkler systems before I were to sell my home? Can anyone answer that?
So we don't answer questions during public testimony because this is your time, but we can do that during deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Yes, my name is Terry Pisa. I'm a realtor, and I've been a realtor in this town since 1976, not just single time, but triple time. Regarding values, the average value of a home is $365,000 and some change. A sprinkler system, if it's, a gentleman said $30,000, my guess would be that it would probably decrease your insurance by, let's say, $100 a month. Does anybody agree or disagree with that number? Okay, perfect. That would make 320 years to recoup that dollar value. I don't think any of us are going to be alive to see that return on our money, so I don't think it's a good idea. Number two, a sprinkler system is kind of like a new septic system. The buyer will say, oh, great, we have a new septic system. It costs $42,000 because of an Advantic system, because of the crazy improprieties that our assembly has made in order for us to improve a septic system. When you sell a new home and it has an Advantic system, the buyer says, oh, great, thank you. How much does that make to the seller? Not a lot. Regarding our upgraded heating systems, our upgraded whatevers. The last price I just got was a $5,000 increase on a 5-star, $30,000 value to the seller. Excuse me, a $30,000 cost to the seller yield $5,000 in their pocket. Not cost effective in my world. So, I'm not sure how many people died in their kitchen because of a kitchen fire. I don't have privy to that statistics. Does anybody else? Okay, great. So I'm not so sure how many lives are going to be saved by adding a sprinkler system to our homes. All right? I think the greatest value we have would be beef up our fire stations, protect our police, and our first defenders are first and foremost. I would also say that windows that are escapable are of great value. Please, let's ensure that our children and everybody occupying the residence know how to escape from a window. Also, I would think that our best, to my knowledge, our fire and our smoke detectors are the greatest asset that we have regarding our homes. Also, I think that the bulk of our fires that have caused deaths have been because of multiplexes that are rentals. Is there any question regarding that matter? Okay, great. Do you guys have any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Mr. Weddleton?
You're looking for a motion?
Yep.
I actually am not quite ready. I think Mr. Constant made a really good point about the 30 days, and 30 days would put us not into October. Mr. Constant, did you do your math? That puts us into November, which is quite long.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Thank you. So after hearing from members of the building industry and the legal department, depending on where you fall in the question, it doesn't really matter if we comply with or try to comply with that state law. We won't, and we don't need to according to our counsel. So I think we can do the second meeting in October or the first meeting in November, either way.
Okay, well, I'd move to postpone, well, actually, can I ask well, actually, I guess I'll make the motion, then I'll talk to Shooty then. Okay,
Sure.
move to postpone to the second meeting in October.
Did you mean postpone or continue?
Continue the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So that would be a motion to continue the public hearing to October 27th, seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Shooty, is that, what does that do to people trying to plan building for next year and so on?
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Weddleton, I think that the building community, as well as the department and users of the code, of course, would like the certainty of knowing which codes they are using and implementing sooner rather than later. That being said, with the work session already on the calendar for next week, continuing the public hearing at the second meeting in October, I think is still a workable timeline for all parties involved. We would like to avoid where we landed last time when we adopted codes in the 2015 cycle that pushed it into the new year. So we're shooting for the moon on this one.
Could I follow up briefly? So tell me, there's a number of things in here. I mean, everything can be dealt with somewhere or another, but I think the big issue is the sprinklers. Is it possible to break out that, water supply section so we could pass everything and break that out and have further discussion on that later, or does this have to be one big package?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think that the easiest way to answer that is that what we're talking about is adopting international and national codes, but with that there come a number of local amendments, which is largely where the discussion is focused. And so as part of the work session coming up next week and any other future work sessions, we can dive into those specifics to understand what pieces and parts can be pulled out versus adopted. On the topic of delaying the implementation of an individual requirement or code provision, generally I would shy away from that because it just creates further sort of uncertainty with a ticking clock that designers, builders, inspectors, and others will have to remember. So I think we try to avoid that if possible.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, or motion to continue. So seeing none, then that, hold on. Ms. Allard? No, okay. So seeing none, then that item will be back before us on October 27th. Next, actually, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before the next item to deal with a technological issue. Which item is it, please? Our next item is item 13C on our agenda. For folks on the phone, yes, we are still paused. We're dealing with a technical issue. We should be back soon. Apologies. For folks on the phone, we're almost done. We're just resetting our last couple of computers. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Apologies for the technical delay. All right. So we now have before us item 13C, ordinance number AO 2020-88, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily waiving Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations 21.20.007K.5, bed and breakfast biennial permit fee for 2020 in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Waive read.
Thank you. We don't have anyone signed up to testify over the phone. Is there any in-person testimony on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hear. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Assembly Body. Niall Williams again, NIAL, representing 1776 Alaska. In response to Anchorage Ordinance 2020-88, we're looking to temporarily waive the Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations for bed and breakfast permit fee. What this is looking to do is remove the fee for temporary structures. There's currently a bunch of pieces of artwork around town that represent homeless hotels. And there's actually one right outside in the parking lot outside in the library right now, a nice little tiny home. So that's exactly the fee that this is looking to remove. And what we're seeking to do here is we're seeking to take over, through the previous bill, everyone's existing home in the municipality of Anchorage, and then be able to sell it off to the Chinese Communist Party and the Russians. The lands of Alaska have already been sold out from under the feet of the people. It's time that we all wake up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Mr. Darden. Apologies, but you cannot testify. Thank you. Seeing and hearing no one else.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Allard.
Can you please clarify why Mr. Darden can't testify, please?
Sure. So I made a ruling earlier in the meeting that Mr. Darden was not able to testify on any other items.
I'd like to make a motion.
And what motion would that be, Ms. Allard?
In regarding to Mr. Darden not being able to testify, I'd like to repeal that and put it to the vote of the Assembly.
Sure. Yeah. So the name of the motion escapes me at the moment, but I understand what you're trying to do.
Please reconsider or something.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Override the ruling of the chair. Thank you. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Is this a debatable motion? Okay, so this is a debatable motion. So go ahead, Ms. Allard.
You want me to just explain why I think you should testify? Because I want everybody to have the opportunity for due process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton.
Thanks. You know what, great, Pearl. I respect the way you handle the meetings, and you've done great, but I need to lean towards allowing people to speak. And I think if Mr. Darden can, he's got a history of speaking here for many, many years, speaking very rationally and calmly, and if he can do that, I welcome his testimony. And I think moments ago we saw calm Mr. Darden, and that's fine. I'd like to hear from him in that circumstance.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support your ruling, and I agree that there are times that Mr. Darden has in the past given good and calm testimony. The problem is in recent meetings that has not been on topic. And in the cases where we have tried to make motions to move on or instruct him to go back to the topic, he hasn't done so. And this is after several meetings repeatedly doing that, not speaking to the item at hand. So even if the tone improved, if you're not speaking to the topic, then you are not obeying the rules of this body. So I support the chair's the ruling in this meeting. Perhaps in future meetings it won't be that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. With assistance from Ms. Pelatorni, we've looked this up. This motion is not debatable. It's generally debatable, but there's an exception in Robert's rules that says it is debatable unless it relates to indecorum or a transgression of the rules of speaking.
Got it.
And I think that means this is not debatable in this instance.
Thank you. Thank you for looking that up. Google failed me.
I withdraw my debate.
All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and just vote on this motion. Yeah, so a yes vote on the motion is a vote to override my ruling, and then a no vote is to keep the ruling.
I have a point of order question.
Sure.
So if the motion to overrule the chair passes, does that stop the chair from making a subsequent ruling based on future behavior tonight at this meeting? And can we put that into the record? Because for me, a major concern is that the conversation debases again into what we had before. And so I would like an answer from the attorneys.
Through the chair, I don't think it would prevent the chair from issuing a similar ruling cutting off speech that violates our speaking rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, who am I
Who didn't
missing?
vote?
Hold on.
Suzanne's on the phone.
Oh. Ms. LaFrance, are you on the line? It appears Ms. LaFrance is out.
So that vote is 5-5, meaning it fails. So the ruling stands. So we're going to go ahead and continue. So seeing no one else to testify on this item, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
That item is passed 10-0. Next, we have item 13D, ordinance number AO 2020-89, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly entering the exclusion of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices, the exclusion of electronic cigarettes and vaping devices from the excise tax on tobacco products.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'm going to start with folks on the phone, and then if other folks in person would like to testify. So first on the phone, also as a reminder, it is, I think, the intent of the sponsors to continue this to a future meeting. But again, welcome folks to testify today. So first we have Ms. Laura Moeller.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
Okay. Next, we have Mr. George Stewart.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Stewart, this is Felix Rivera. You were with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony on AO 2020-89 dealing with the excise tax on tobacco products.
Yeah, it was canceled for tonight.
You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
No, it was canceled for tonight. It's supposed to be rescheduled for the 13th of October.
So we are having the public hearing today, if you would like to speak. Otherwise, it is the intent of the sponsors to continue this to a future meeting. So would you like to speak now or at a future meeting?
At a future meeting.
Got it. Okay, we'll put you back on the list for a future meeting. Thank you. And then next, we have Valeria Delgado.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Delgado.
Hello?
This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly on AO 2020-89 regarding the excise tax on tobacco products. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm just testifying, saying that I support this ordinance, not in the language that it's right now, but as a young person in Anchorage, I believe that this tax will reduce the number of young people who use electronic cigarettes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, let's go ahead and go to in-person, and then we'll come back to Ms. Mueller and try her one more time. Welcome.
Thank you, Assembly. Niall Williams, NIAL, representing 1776 Alaska. In response to AO 2020-89, I would like to move for the Assembly body at this time to adopt the Rochelle Abbott Family Advocacy Ordinance that reads as follows. All anchorites, Alaskans, Americans need family to be involved in medical care and medical choices. It is especially important when the patient cannot advocate for themselves. All anchorites are heretofore allowed at least one advocate, parent, sibling, next of kin, spouse, domestic partner, or a medical care proxy. The advocate will be allowed to enter the treatment facility at will and at any time, and for any duration of time. Any acts to deter them are medical tyranny, systemic bullying, and domestic terrorism.
Sure, I'm going to
We in Anchorage, Alaska stand together with life.
Mr. Chair, point of order, this is not on topic to the ordinance at hand. It's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Mr. Dunbar, because this deals with...
Hold on, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I'm going to go ahead and agree with Mr. Dunbar. So if you could go ahead and speak to the topic at hand, please. Thank you. I'm going to resume your time.
Thank you again for the correction, Chairperson Rivera. While this does go directly to the health and safety of the community, because we're seeking to tax this just based on the same language that exists in federal code that taxes cigarettes and snuff and tobacco, so that's why we're seeking to tax electronic cigarettes. So again, we the people of Anchorage, we stand with life, and this ordinance needs to be amended as such for the Rochelle Abbott Family Advocacy Ordinance, as was submitted to all body members at the beginning of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Darden, as has been stated previously, you are not allowed to testify at this moment. Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? Let's go ahead and switch over to the phone and try Ms. Laura Moeller one more time.
Your call has been forwarded.
Okay. Going back to in-person, would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing no one, Ms. LaFrance?
I have the motion to continue.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I move to continue this item to the meeting of October 27th, I think it is.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, there's just a few last details being conformed relating to exactly what is included and what is not included relating to products like batteries and the devices. And so we're just still working out the fine details between Treasury, the advocates from the Lung and the Cancer Society, and ourselves. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion to continue this item to October 27th?
We are now. Hold on. Continue public hearing to the 27th?
Got it.
Got it, thank you.
Seeing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-1, so that'll be back before us on the 27th. Next, we have item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-99, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage repealing in part AO 2020-66S, as amended, and AR 2020-271S, as amended, to change the funding source for certain approved items from CARES Act funds to area-wide general funds fund balance.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'm going to go ahead and start with the folks we have on the phone, and then we'll go to in-person. So first we'll start with Ava Wisman.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Wisman. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on AO 2020-99 regarding the CARES Act funds. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I attend Central Lutheran Church in Fairview, and as many of you know, Central Lutheran Church is the hub for people experiencing homelessness for their basic needs. Even though we try to care for our homeless neighbors, we don't have the proper facilities or training to help people with drug abuse or alcohol abuse and mental health issues. I support the municipality to provide funding of the buildings to care for the people. and so they can have the help that they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
That's all.
testimony.
Bye-bye.
Next, we have Dana Graham.
Graham's.
Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for AO 2020-99 regarding the CARES Act funds. You have 3
Yes.
minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Donna Graham, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of the Ordinance 2020-99. This city has been very good to me, and I want to thank this administration and Assembly for stepping up to meet the urgent needs of my neighbors experiencing homelessness. Let's get this purchasing done. I'm part of the faith-based organizing ministry of Central Lutheran Church in West Fairview, where many unhoused sisters and brothers congregate. For years, we've tried to reach out as we're able, but it's become obvious that health and safety demands more be done. Forces trying to label some folks as other are not in the spirit of the Anchorage I know and love. These proposed shelters and housing options will be a great blessing for our entire community. We are all one. We all get our turn to help or be helped. This CARES Act money is a golden opportunity to do the right thing. When I first arrived in Anchorage nearly 60 years ago now, I was awed by the gorgeous natural setting. But what really dazzled me was the warmth and welcome of the people. I want to pass that tradition on. Under your leadership, we're all one compassionate city. No them and us, just us. No othering allowed. Let's make 2021 a year of healing and hope as all our neighbors find stability and build brighter futures in this beloved city. A quote from Psalm 122, "Peace be within your walls and security within your towers." Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Lillian Marvin.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Marvin, this is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for AO 2020-99 regarding the CARES Act funds. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Lillian Marvin. I've lived in the Fairview neighborhood for nearly 50 years, and I care very much for for Fairview. And I have many friends who live here, and I also attend Central Lutheran Church, which has provided a lot of services for homeless people in the past. I would like to express my support in the city's purchase of the properties to provide shelter and aid to homeless people. Virtually all services and resources which serve homeless people are concentrated in the Fairview area, and this creates a disproportionately large population of homeless in Fairview. The purchase of the properties in other parts of Anchorage would help to ease some of the pressure on Fairview, and also it is to be hoped would create possibly in the future more services and resources for homeless people who may also be more readily accessible for these. I want to thank you very much
for allowing me to speak. And I would also like to hope that all of Anchorage would be willing to accept the opportunity to step up in the fight against homelessness. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. That completes our phone list, so we'll go ahead and switch to in-person. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly Body. My name is Niall Williams, N-I-A-L. Let me just see. When I moved to Anchorage, I was coming out of a previous 9 months homelessness that I prescribed to myself. I lived over 365 days homeless. I spent over 90 days in the Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport, spending nights there. I have spoken with hundreds of homeless people in this community. The problem is with drugs and alcohol, and with the lack of family values and principles to guide our people. That's the lacking values. That's the moral bankruptcy that leads to homelessness. It's a lack of faith in God Almighty. Charity comes from the heart. Charity does not come from government. Charity comes from the church and from the person. It's an act of kindness and love that our Lord and Savior calls us to do for our fellow community members. When you seek to play shell games with our money, sooner or later, those same shells will show us exactly what you're doing. You can keep moving the money around in circles and back and forth. It's still the same money. We the people want it. We can better divvy it up among ourselves than y'all can. And another thing, the municipality of Anchorage School District is closed. Teachers teach 4 hours per week of instruction. It's only online. Refund now the amount that would have been paid for each student to the custodial parent of the total dollars, federal, state, and local, for each student to their parents immediately, municipality. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you coming up again, Mr. Darden, but I'm going to repeat the same ruling that was made previously.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Yes, I did. If you can turn on your microphone, please. Oh, could you turn on your mic? It is not on.
Oh,
there we go.
It has an arrow on it. I'm joining the Pastafarians if I hear any more of this tonight. My name is Ron Aleva. I can't believe the debates were so crazy I couldn't listen anymore. To give you a report on it, it was chaotic and disgraceful for our leaders to behave like that. And if this is democracy, the Pastafarians look like they can show me the light. But I'm here tonight on this transfer of the money because my property, which I'm trying to sell to the city, and you have the money, but they told me initially you can't shuffle money. But you did shuffle money, bond money for Anchorage Christian Health. You shuffled that money. And then that didn't go through. It went not only at the minimum, but it went above and beyond appraisal. You bought another building, renovated it, and moved them. This shuffling of smoke and mirrors, I don't know where the exception is to do it now. And it sets a bad precedent when you start shuffling money, because pretty soon we won't be able to uncover it, how you shuffled it. But if you're going to do it, I would really appreciate it if you would find the money, not in a nonprofit, but come from the sale of ML&P, possibly the liquor tax, and possibly just coming up with the money, because you seem to have surplus here to the maximum of almost $61 million. And the purchase of the other buildings, this may be my ending of trying to believe in democracy, because it didn't work for me, and the justice system, I'm in big trouble financially because of some chlorine that's now being used as disinfectant, and it led to the cutting of 2 dead trees, which is now going to cost me, to be released from that damage, over $200,000. All thankful to the homeless. Now, if you can do no harm, which you've already done by condemning my property and tying my hands economically, now you can do the right thing for the homeless, for the Leyva family, is get me out of that. Now, I drew a calendar because mental health, I got sentenced to 40 hours of anger management, and both the psychologist and the psychiatrist said I was neither angry or insane. So, if you have a letter that says that, I want to see it. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any in the queue. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions? Will you give me a deadline? You're going to buy my property or you're not.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
But Felix, you set a deadline, and administration put in that amendment. I'm not going to go any further. My family's future depends on this.
Thank you.
Okay? And let me tell you, I can keep talking, Felix, because
Thank you, Mr.
just
Oliva.
myself and Teresa
I need to
Obermeyer
continue the public
were
hearing.
escorted
Thank
out
you,
by a
Mr. Oliva.
security guard and the
Sure.
chief of
So I have a
police.
question for you from Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you.
Hi, Ron. Nice
How
to
are
see
you?
I'm good. I'm good. Relatively. So I just want to let you know that I followed up with the administration tonight to get an answer on how we can set a schedule.
Sure.
So we want to do that and keep up the faith.
Oh, okay. Now, you know, with these masks on, I can't see if politicians are moving their lips, so we're
There
going
you
to
go.
let you go. All you be safe.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay,
Thank
good
you.
night.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Jennifer Anderson. I'm opposed to this ordinance. We operate in a high-trust society. The things that we do from day to day, whether it is simple as driving a car or getting food from a restaurant or electing somebody to represent our wishes, it's a high-trust society. It only works if we all follow the rule of law, if we all follow the same set of rules, if we all can trust one another. We've seen, I will get to the point, I promise. We've seen an extraordinary turnout. Mr. Weddleton commented on the turnout during the 5 days of testimony in 2020-66 and how appropriate it was that I had spent so much money out of my own pocket to notify my neighbors via postcard about 2020-66 and how that was how democracy was supposed to work, and that the turnout was how everything was supposed to work. I would say that turnout was a display of a lack of trust and a failure of our high-trust society. So to get to the point, this looks an awful lot like money laundering. Okay, you've got the answer that you shouldn't use the CARES Act to buy the buildings, so you're finding a different way to do it. If I did this, I think I would probably go to prison because it would be against the rule of law. It would be against all kinds of things. We have to be able to operate in a high-trust society or the things we do from day to day don't work. This is not trust. This is money laundering. This is shuffling things around so that you can engage your ideas. It's not right. It's not honest. It's not cool. What's extraordinarily frustrating about this is I would like to see a lot of aid go to helping our homeless, to getting people off the street, to getting people off the drugs. We see people on the streets because they're addicted, because they've got big problems, and seeing them on the street is an outcome of those problems. I do want to see that aided. I don't see the purchase of these buildings helping that. Okay, they're in high traffic areas, they're right next door to residential neighborhoods. You know, the taxi cabs, we're worried about hurting one portion of the population versus another. You're going to cause extreme harm to the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the properties, and you're going to play shell games and launder money in order to do it. I wish I didn't get so nervous up here. It's hard to speak. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be talking to you. I wish that I could trust you. I wish that we were operating in a high-trust society like we ought to. This is very disappointing.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Not exactly a question. I wondered if the administration could clarify. That we heard that we were told we can't use the CARES Act funds to buy buildings. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, no, it's not correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to engage in this debate in the middle of public hearing, but Ms. Allard?
I'd like to ask the administration a question.
So this is going to be the last question. This really should be saved for deliberation, but go ahead.
I'll withdraw. I'll wait for deliberation. I was just going to.
Sure, yeah, if you don't
I'll
mind
wait
waiting.
for deliberation.
Thanks. Welcome.
Hi, is this on? Yes. Roger Branson. I identify as a longtime consumer of mental health services, and I've had an advocacy for folks caught up in those situations for quite a while, especially folks who have are in the system receiving treatment against their well-forced treatment. My heart really goes out to them. I want to thank this body for the community for the long, hard work that you guys have put into getting to a point to where we could make a difference. We're kind of nearing a milestone right now, and so much good is ready to happen for folks I care deeply for. So thank you for the long hours, the heartfelt patience, the need for mental health services has, just as a community, as a base human need has been very evident tonight in this meeting, and the response to the people to, make sure that voices are heard and that people are respected. And I want to thank you for that and all that you do. And, we're nearing a milestone. Let's work through it and keep going. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is William Topel, T-O-P-E-L, again. Thank you. I'm going to be testifying in opposition to this, and let me explain why from my own personal experience. I have sympathy for these homeless people. I have sympathy for them if they're on drugs and alcohol and cannot get past that problem. But however, $46 million to buy buildings to expand something it's going to incur additional maintenance costs down the road, which will have to be picked up by property owners, taxpayers like me, I'm a little too concerned about. I don't think it's that necessary. I think if you can spend some of that money to help them to augment existing services, state or city, to help these people, rather than buying buildings, okay? The intention of this federal money was to help those severely impacted by the COVID pandemic. The homeless situation in this town is a pre-existing condition, okay? So you're just finding a way around something to go into a real estate situation here. You know, I agree with one of the earlier testifiers. This is a form of money laundering. Even though the Department of Treasury gave an option on how to possibly do this, doesn't make the option any more ethical or moral necessarily. It might be a legal opinion, and as opinions we all have them, okay? I know from personal experience that 35 years ago, come November, I made a conscious decision to quit drinking. I made that decision. No one forced me to do it, but I made to do it. And I believe that same condition exists for many of these people out there. They have to want to improve their own situation. Until they come to that point, whatever it takes for them to come to that point themselves, it's not going to change. Now, you've probably heard a month or two ago from another proposal from Nick Begas Jr. and Dave Cuddy. That sounds like a good proposal. Get these people into the existing social service network or the existing criminal justice system. It's far a lot cheaper than this would do. I'd rather see this money go to people and businesses who are adversely impacted by COVID, not buying real estate. And that's the end of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Susan Grobler, and I am a small business owner here in the town of Anchorage, Alaska. I am opposed to spending this CARES Act money this way, and one of the things I'd like to point out, I wanted to talk about this during the withdrawal of the emergency powers of the mayor, which you didn't decide to pull today. So I stuck it out here. I have a 2-year-old kid at home, so know that this comes from the heart to spend all evening here instead. I'm a small business owner in Anchorage. I was denied Municipality of Anchorage CARES Act money due to my business being a franchise. I'm deeply upset about this. When I talked to Assemblyman Weddleton about this, he informed me that it is the mayor's opinion, and perhaps some of the opinion of several assembly members, that my franchisor should have helped me out financially, and therefore it is not the city's liability to help me. Let me explain to you how my particular franchise works. I'm the sole owner and operator of this business. I pay monthly royalties to my franchisor, which they actually dropped during the pandemic. But I have received zero relief from the landlord, from my landlord or the city of Anchorage. The mayor forced my doors to be shut for 2 months and then denied CARES Act funding for my business to survive this pandemic. I employ 16 women. All of them were paid at 100% during the shutdown because I naively believed, Mr. Mayor, who is not here, when you said that the businesses affected will be helped, that we would actually be helped. Let me share some numbers just in case you think I'm lying. August 2020 versus February 2020, revenue down 45%. Profit, brace yourself, down 97%. The current ordinances have increased my expenses while slashing my revenue. To then also deny me funding is just unacceptable. This is my sole income, and the business I've worked so hard for is drowning. When Congress approved the CARES Act funds, they intended for the money to go to the businesses and people that have been affected by the pandemic, like mine, not to fund big government wish list items by a somewhat questionable managed municipality at this time. I encourage you to give more of this money to businesses, to people having a hard time paying the rent. I encourage you to reduce the restrictions to receiving money, and I encourage you to end the emergency powers of our mayor, as we are no longer in a state of health emergency, but the city is in a dire state of economic emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Susan, for coming tonight. So my question to you is, you don't have to answer it because it is personal, but I'd like everybody to hear if you can. Can you tell me how you've been surviving?
With a lot of pretend positive attitude, I'm not sure. I mean, we're not surviving. At this point, we are taking all of our revenue from last year and re-putting it into this business. My business has only been active for 3 years. You're going to make it really hard for me to hit that 5-year mark that makes or breaks the business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dustin Sherman, and I'm actually here for a couple different reasons, but for this one, I definitely oppose AO 2099. I manage a business that's been in Anchorage probably longer than some of you guys have been alive, and they're going through one of the worst times that they've ever had in 40 years. It's amazing to see, and I'm not the only business of my kind here in town. I don't own it, but I manage it, and there's another business that we compete with, and they are going through exactly the same hardships that we are. And we've been talking back and forth to try and figure out how we can bring more people in. The thing that I see the most is with the COVID thing, everybody else they're kind of scared to come into people, and I think rightfully so, but at the same time, this body here needs to find a way to comfort the people out here in Anchorage that, you know what, sometimes things are going to be okay. That's not what's happening right now. Everybody is so scared about doing things, and we're having problems getting people in, and it's safe. We haven't had anybody that's had COVID. The business that we compete with hasn't had anybody that's had COVID. We do all the procedures and everything else that you ask us to do, like we did when we came in here. We take notes, we get all their information, everything like that. Nobody's coming down with anything. And we actually have high school sports that come into our buildings, just so you guys understand that. We take every precaution we possibly can. One of the biggest things that we're having problems with is we were shut down for 5 months, literally shut down for 5 months. How do you pay your employees? How do you pay the people that work for you? Some of them have been there for years. They've never been on unemployment. They don't even know how to even navigate it. I had to help them. I've never been on unemployment. I had to be on it this time, right after I bought a house. So, for you guys, I think what it needs to be is you guys need to show some kind of hope. You guys are not doing that right now. That's your job. You're supposed to show this city hope. That's all I can say right now. We need to lean on you, and I know that sometimes when people come up and they testify and you hear the worst of us whenever we talk to you guys, that's not directed individually. That's directed, we want you guys to do better. That's exactly what I expect out of my assembly, is for you guys to do better. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir, from Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. So you mentioned that your industry was struggling in another business, but what business is it? I mean, we want to know which businesses are particularly struggling. So what is your business?
I manage Jewel Lake Bowling Center, and my competing center is Center Bowl, okay? We've both been in business for over 40, 50 years. Center Bowl came first, we came directly right after. So I've known the family for 20 plus years, and they've never seen anything like this. Even through earthquakes, we've been fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Before we continue testimony, I'd like to just take a quick second, do a procedural item. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting to midnight, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, so we are extended to midnight. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosa Mealy, and I'm actually on here just like the business owner was talking about being here, though she has a toddler at home. So do I. I have toddlers at home. I have a husband that put the kids down in order for one of us to be here to represent us and a lot of business owners. It's not just one industry that's suffering, it's many. I help business owners with their businesses, and what is really frustrating is to see that all of these funds that were supposed to help the backbone of America is now being used to purchase real estate by the local government, and that's not what the funds were for. You guys stopped the AK Cares grant program that was supposed to help businesses in Alaska on September 15th. You stopped taking applications. Why? Because you guys ran out of money. That's what the website says. You guys ran out of money, too many applications were put in, and not enough funds. That's why the program was shut down, and it's on the alaska.gov It says that after more than 100 million in excess of the program's cap had been requested, it had to be shut down. So only the businesses that applied between June and September 15th were going to be reviewed to be given funds, and if there's any excess, more businesses would be helped. What you don't understand is that it's not just one industry. We have clients that are in the boating charter industry that only operated 25 days in the summer. Do you know what that does to a family that has 6+ children, a mother that's homeschooling and a father that's taking care of these kids that now can provide, and other similar stories from different industries that we help? And they're losing profits and they're living off of credit cards and they're drowning in debt and they are crying their eyeballs out because they don't know how they're going to feed their family. They don't know how they're going to feed their kids, how they're going to move forward, and businesses that they've had for 20 years are going down the drain. All because this money is not being allocated properly. I'm from Los Angeles, California originally. Okay, my husband's in the military. We move around all the time. He's been in serving 17 years. I don't want to see Alaska be turned into what LA has turned into. Okay, I grew up in South Central LA. I saw what Watts does to communities, okay? I don't want there to be a Watts here. We want to retire here. We want the best for our children. If I wanted to grow up in ghetto dirtiness that is never taken care of, guess what? I would stay with my kids in LA, but I don't. I follow my husband everywhere we go because that's where the military sends us, and I don't want to see Alaska be turned into California, okay? Don't California our Alaska. We love it the way it is, and we don't want to see it go down the drain. And just one last thing I wanted to add, you can tell a lot, okay? I have a degree in backgrounds. Okay, one thing, you can tell a lot about a community based on their businesses.
A question for you from Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, and thank you for your husband serving. Can you too, as a spouse, could you tell me how long you've lived up here in Anchorage? Do you live in Anchorage?
Yes, I live in the municipality of Anchorage. I live in Eagle River.
How long have you lived in Eagle River?
We have lived here since we moved up here for the military, January 2019. So we invest into the community. We buy local. We're trying to help other people stay afloat by supporting local restaurants. We don't go to chains. We eat once or twice a week out just to support local restaurants, local businesses. We try to buy local as much as we can. Because one thing that I have learned in all of the accounting and marketing and every certification course that I've gone through, you can tell a lot by a community, by how their businesses are doing, and your community is drowning because your businesses are drowning. Small business is the backbone, and you guys are killing them.
One last question. Is that okay, Chair? Can you tell, so you've lived up here since 2017?
19.
And he has 3 years left? Technically, if he wanted to retire. So you technically, you know how it goes. So are you guys looking to retire and stay up here permanently then in Eagle River?
We do. We love it out here, and we don't want to see it California'd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello. I didn't have prepared remarks for this one, but as a lady mentioned about people crying and being upset.
Sorry, sir. Can you state your name, please, for the record?
Dean Cannon.
Thank you.
Deancannon. The lady mentioned about people crying. My wife and I have kind of lost count of the amount of times that somebody's called in the middle of the night. There's family problems going on. This epidemic has affected a lot of people, and almost all financially. There's a lot of pain and hurt going on out there with small business owners and people that just have regular jobs. Now that is a staggering amount of money. When you think of what you or I could do with $46 million, and the impression is if you're against that, you don't care, right? The impression is that, well, you don't like the homeless or you don't understand their problems. When my dad and I came to this country, we were homeless. We were homeless for about a month in LA, where this lady was. And America at that time, and still is a place where you can pull yourself up if you want to, and you work hard. Now, the biggest problem that we see with the homelessness is addiction and abuse. And none of us see how the $46 million that's going to these projects to buy houses it seems like you're enabling a symptom. You know, it doesn't seem to the people of Anchorage that you're attacking the root cause or the existential nature of the problem. And quite frankly, it just seems it's something you guys want to do. I don't know a one. I really don't know a one. And you know, I got friends who are liberals. I got friends who are conservatives. My friends kind of straddle the middle on both sides. They spill on both sides. And I can't think of a one right now that is really for buying these houses and spreading this, this problem throughout the municipality. And again, without prepared remarks, I just came up because I feel moved because of the phone calls that we get at night, and people are not making it out there. And the real ticking time bomb is October and the months and weeks afterwards. So we've gone through the summer and people have been able to eke out whatever money they can. You know, but the real pain might be coming, soon, real soon.
Thank you. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. You know, I admit when you were speaking, I was puzzled where this 46 million for homeless goes. That's not for homeless.
Pardon?
That's not money for homeless shelters.
No, but it's buying.
No, that's not correct. No, there's proposed out of the whole total of 156 million, there's 10.5, just almost 8%. That is proposed to go for 3 buildings, and the rest is for many of the things that have, just business. A lot of it, Assemblywoman LaFrance.
I heard the numbers were stated earlier, before the Assembly. Right. It's not 6 million that's going to businesses. It's actually more, but there still is a package to buy buildings in the municipality for the homeless problem. Is that correct?
Yeah, 10.5 million is proposed.
It's
I'm sorry, how much? 12.5, I'm sorry.
Yeah. 12.5
Yeah, not this 46 million is refers to, if you read the whole thing, it's fairly complicated. It goes through line by line. Goes through.
Oh, yeah. But, again, the remarks I had, they weren't prepared, but I do feel out of all the pain and suffering that we've been here, I just felt like speaking on their behalf tonight because...
I have a couple more people in the queue for you, actually. Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dean, for coming tonight. I was going to make the same point Mr. Weddleton did, but I'll just elaborate a little bit. So that 46 million includes funds like for the food bank, for Awake to do more domestic violence work, for jobs programs to put folks who are out of work back to work. So whether or not you agree with the homelessness buildings, which is everyone's prerogative, I just want to make clear that it's a lot more than that we're doing with that money. So.
Okay, so if the $46 million number is distracting, I guess the issue I'm trying to raise is about the purchasing of the buildings and structures to fix this problem, which it won't fix.
Fair enough. I just heard several people say that, and I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, fair enough. That's what I get for not having prepared remarks.
No. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you. I have one more person for you, Ms. Allard.
Dean, you're getting a lot of phone calls in the middle of the night. Can you tell me again what line of work you're in?
I'm a pilot. So I'd like to follow up with that. We're very fortunate, very fortunate. We didn't suffer, but we're surrounded by people who have. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Coming up, Mr. Himmerman. Welcome.
You going to hear me okay? Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely public interest. One thing I noticed in the testimony, I don't recall anyone saying the words 2020-66. One would have thought that would have been the start of a presentation. Remind you, this is taking 2020-66S, which you passed, and you're now changing what 2020-66 is. It's a different picture here. Also remind you is what you faced in testimony. You faced weeks of testimony in this room when the room was still open. And when you addressed that issue, your decision was at that time, when you voted and the public was still in the room, there was a concern that, wait, there's a meeting the next day with the feds, And what happened is you voted, and there was a motion of reconsideration from Assemblymember Constant. And the next day, there was a different picture and a different piece of news. And that piece of news was unknown to exactly what was that news, because there were few people that knew what was said in those rooms. The public was reported, and what this document here is another example of the unknown. We're hearing from the administration with excerpts of an email. And excerpts of an email, what they provided, what the Fed said. Is this the way to show a picture? No. Let's be clean. Let's come out with a scenario. What I'm also concerned is this. What we have here is a situation of, and I attend a lot of meetings, and the CARES Act money from the Matsuburg Assembly and Palmer and here. But I see one thing in common. The failure to do what we call appropriation of CARES Act money. Be responsible. And what we've got here is a total confusion right in this document. What are we talking about? Numbers. It's a puzzle. It's not plain English. And it's being fast-tracked. Why? Why is this being fast-tracked? What's the emergency? Couldn't the administration do their homework to show you what they're proposing? Couldn't we come clean to the scenario of why we're changing the program all over again? And the end result is, where's the public? The public's not here. And I'll close with this. After that meeting, you made decisions after that meeting on 2066 because the building was closed to the public. There was hearings, you closed it, and then you decided, we're going to discuss among yourselves. You need to, end story, postpone this indefinitely, kill this whole thing, and start over with a clear picture.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman, for your testimony.
I hope there's questions, but I doubt it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, that's right. We have a few amendments. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to declare I might have a conflict because of the 9-star piece.
Sure, yeah, let's do that first. So go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Part of this includes an allocation of $300,000 to 9-star for the Net to Ladder project, and my wife works at 9-star.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if we can go ahead and do the same thing that we did previously, which would be to bifurcate this issue and take up 9-star. And then I don't know if Mr. Dunbar, if you're in the queue, because you also think you have a conflict.
No, I was going to make a motion to bifurcate.
Okay, great. So I am going to declare, just like the last time, that you do have a conflict here. I'm not going to go through all of that rigmarole again. So go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
I move to bifurcate the portions of this ordinance related to 9-star Net 2 Ladder project.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to bifurcate? And again, for the public and the assembly, this is specifically dealing with Mr. Weddleton's conflict, so that he can vote on a portion of it and not on his conflict. Is there any opposition to the motion to bifurcate? Okay, so we're going to go ahead. So this is bifurcated, so we're going to deal with the portion that you don't have a conflict on, and then I'll ask you to leave the room, Mr. Weddleton, and then we'll deal with the portion that you do have a conflict on. So let's go ahead and go through the amendments then. So first we have Zolotel Amendment Number 1.
Yes, I move Zolotel Amendment Number 1.
Second. Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order. I have 2.
Oh, yes, thank you. Please use the one that says revised at the top on your left there, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, but I folded it over.
This amendment inserts the public health and mental health support to ASD at $1 million. It was inadvertently omitted from the ordinance. So this is just to clean that up. This is for a little more context, this is the Volunteers of America mental health clinicians in the schools that was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
missed that, sorry.
Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Can the public discuss on the amendments, Chair?
No, public hearing is closed.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-2. So we have proposed amendment number 2 by members Allard and Kennedy. Is there a motion?
Motion to move.
Okay, move to approve by Ms. Allard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Kennedy. Who would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair, before I move to bifurcate out the reference to 9-star net to ladder in this amendment as well.
Second.
Yeah, I think he would. Okay, so is there any discussion on the motion to bifurcate? So just like with the main motion, we are moving to bifurcate the amendment so that we're dealing with it in 2 parts. First, to deal with everything else except for 9-star, and then second, to deal with 9-star in response to Mr. Weddleton's conflict. Seeing no discussion, is there any opposition? Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and bifurcate that. So again, we'll deal with the portion that Mr. Weddleton does not have a conflict on. So we'll go ahead and turn to one of the sponsors to speak to this. Whoever would like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're all trying to be too polite and wait. This amendment actually takes off several of the, what I would term, projects in order to set aside more funding for, to allocate to businesses, small businesses and nonprofits. And I think the rationale behind this is the fact that, first of all, I think you can still make an argument as to whether or not these are all actually eligible and unquestioned uses of COVID funding. So this specific list is, like I said, projects, you know, where we're doing weatherization, building buildings, building trails, all these things that are not necessarily related to the impacts that are happening because of our response to COVID, or anyway, just the overall impacts to COVID. So the idea is to eliminate those projects, especially because now we're talking about fund balance. We're not even talking about COVID funds anymore. This is about the fund balance, which to me is a totally different process that we ought to be going through, typical to the ones that we do normally anyway. But the idea is to get more money to our small businesses and nonprofits. And even though you can say we've given them a lot, I pulled up some information from Visit Anchorage, and most of their information obviously is from last year's statistics, not this year's. But to give you an idea, we have lost so much more revenue all around in this community than the 156 million even begins to compensate for. If you look at what typically tourists alone spend in Anchorage, it's over $300 million every tourist season. That doesn't include the cost of hotels. Hotels themselves have about $300 million worth of revenue every year. So we know that we have had probably, it's more of a big impact on the tourism and the hospitality industry than any other industry. The point is that is not going to get a chance to get better until at least next year. And so those businesses that we're trying to help right now, I mean, I think we can all agree that we're not getting the money out fast enough to some of these businesses. But we're hoping that that's going to get better here soon. But the point is, we're in this for the long term. There are businesses that we're not going to fix them tomorrow. We may not even be able to make them whole next month, or the month after that, or the month after that. We're talking many, many months. So the more of this funding that we decide to use on building trails or expanding buildings or any kind of other project, we're taking that away from the people that we know are trying to protect their businesses, trying to take care of their employees. So this is one way of trying to do some of the things that we want to do with the COVID money that we, I think, all agree that are, I mean, not that any of them aren't important, but there are some that are more important than others, and we need to recognize that. So anyway, this is an effort to do some of that, put some of that funding back into what it was originally and really intended to do, and that is to directly compensate for the negative impacts to COVID in this community. So I would hope that everyone could see that that's a good way to try to maybe revisit this whole concept, especially knowing now that the kind of help that the businesses aren't getting, and to basically have an even better process for dealing with what I would call fund balance. And I'll speak a little bit more to that maybe after we have some more conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I continue in the queue, I just want to note sort of it is 11:13 and I absolutely don't want to rush any of the deliberation today. So when we get close to midnight, I will likely be asking for a motion to continue this meeting to Thursday so that we can wrap up all of these items. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are a lot of things here that this amendment would remove. Childcare, for instance, that enables parents to continue working, jobs programs that puts people who are unemployed back to work, health clinic, which is the relationship to COVID there is certainly very clear. So I can't support the amendment, but I do support getting more funds to small businesses. And so I'd like to ask Jason, Mr. Bakken said, if there is, if the administration has a plan for the contingency fund, and whether you would think we could put some of that towards small businesses.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn-Davidson, thanks for the question. Yes, I think there's certainly the ability to put some additional funding from the contingency that we set aside when this resolution was passed last month. I think that what we are looking at, and Mr. Schutte can correct me if I'm wrong, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $8 to $10 million, that would be necessary to fulfill all of the applications that were put into the small business program that closed on September the 12th. So the administration would certainly support that, and I don't know if that completely answers your question, but happy to elaborate more if you need me to.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
And so what would the timeline for that be? I mean, if we were to vote down this amendment, what?
Go ahead.
Oh. But then move forward in the next meeting, or do you have a sense for, does the administration plan to put forward a proposal? Are you looking to members to do that? What would you recommend?
I'm going to look at Mr. Schutte. I think that in terms of where Silk is in the process right now with the underlying $5 million small business grant program is verifying all of the applicants that were selected or randomly selected over this last 10 days. So we need to get through that process first before I think we could pile on an additional $10 million to them. But I know he's had more conversations with Silk and kind of where they are, so I'll ask Mr. Schutte to supplement anything that I missed.
Thank you, through the chair. Jason's timeline is pretty much accurate. So just to recap where we're at today, we did the $1 million pilot program earlier this summer, just concluded the $5 million pilot program. As part of that $5 million follow-up program, Don't forget that we did make whole applicants from round one that were in a similar situation. So again, the $1 million pilot program was oversubscribed as we anticipated, and portions of the 5 went to making those applicants whole. So we started by catching up where we were when we finished the $1 million program, completed the $5 million program that just wrapped, and as Jason reported, we are oversubscribed about 3 times over what we should have been. So if there were future funds allocated to small businesses, we probably would look at following a similar suit where we take this pool of applicants that have already applied and been deemed eligible, but were not selected in the random selection process, and begin the funding from there as well. But as far as an amount, just based on the applicants that came in on this $5 million round, it was oversubscribed by about $10 million. One important thing to note, though, as we're beginning to dive into the data of the applicants, is that there are many applicants in this pool that would be eligible for some of the other relief programs that are out there for small businesses that are following on the heels of this $5 million program. So we have in the queue tourism and hospitality and nonprofit business support that's coming online soon. There were businesses that made it through the SILK process and were selected to be awarded that could have applied or would be eligible for those programs as well. What that's telling us is that we, in addition to being oversubscribed financially, we need to work harder to communicate through the trade groups and other industry partners that there are other buckets of money out there for different businesses to come in and apply, but they haven't hit the street yet. So when you factor in the programs that are coming online soon and wrapping up what SILK has done so far, I do think that the timeline, this is a very long answer, I'm sorry.
It's great.
The timeline pushes us out, at least into end of October, starting to touch November. I mean, there's only so much bandwidth within the city and within our partners to do all this work.
Okay, great. Well, I would be very supportive of that and be happy to join other members if they're interested.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Through the chair, if you're going to make amendments.
Sorry, sir. We're done with public hearing. Sir, we are done with public hearing. Sir, you are out of order. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be in support of these amendments at this time. I just want to put a little bit of perspective onto the question. So, in particular, though it's not in this amendment, there's always the question of the purchase of those properties. $12 million, let's round down to 10 for easy round numbers. Even if you take the whole that we've appropriated for these various projects, they're looking to take $17 million from projects that I think are important, say $20 million, round up that category. And the argument is that we should do it in support of small business. And I support small business, and it's clear that we support small business, and it's clear that the state supports small business, and it's clear that the federal government supports small business. What does that mean? So we heard Ms. LaFrance make a really clear argument that the municipality has appropriated approximately $70 million for small business through the various programs to date, out of the $156 million we've received, which is roughly half. We've made, through a very intensive and thoughtful process of meetings and conversation and reaching out to community and hearing from stakeholders what some other things are that we should probably invest in. So we appropriated approximately $78 million for small businesses through the various programs. The state of Alaska appropriated $290 million for small businesses alone out of all of their funding, $290 million. Then the EIDL program from the federal government to Alaska appropriated $400 million directly to small businesses.
Excuse me, ma'am, we're in middle of deliberation. Please continue.
And then the PPP program appropriated $1,500,000,000 to Alaskan small businesses, which rounds out to be about $2,300,000,000. Now, Anchorage didn't get all of that, but you could argue Anchorage got half of that, probably more, because we are the business center of the state of Alaska. $17 million for an actual work program. People raise their kind of ire in opprobrium over that program, but I can tell you I had an amazing experience. I was on a bike ride, and I ran into someone who used to work at the gym I used to go to, and I asked him, "What are you doing now?" And he said, "I got hired to build trails for this summer." We actually looked out for people who couldn't get a small business grant or loan because they didn't have the qualifications. We looked out for people who needed childcare. We looked out for people who needed retraining. We looked out for all kinds of people in our process that was thoughtful and deliberative. So any argument that we haven't come and been part of a very broad effort to support small businesses just doesn't pass the reality test. $2.3 billion. We're talking $17 million here. And so I ask my peers to stay the course on what we've done, because what we've done is actually put thoughtful energy into various different industries, various different constituencies, but all people in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment, I don't know how we could reallocate $17 million when much of that money has already been spent. I know they've already been building the trails, and I know weatherization is already going on. So I don't know how much money of the $17 million that they're trying to reallocate is still left that hasn't been spent. So I don't see how we could actually do this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Backenstein, could you address that? Thanks.
Sure. Through the chair, Assemblymember Peterson, the programs that are listed in this ordinance are the ones that we actually have not spent any of the funding on to date. They were the ones that were specifically held to the side in AR 2020-271S. So part of that was because I believe in that resolution, it was the body's determination that they wanted the administration to have time to talk to the Treasury Department. So that is what we have done. That is why we have brought this ordinance through, is based on the conversations that we've had with the Treasury Department. So to date, the programs that are listed on here, we have not actually spent any of the funds.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to go to Ms. Zalatel, who I accidentally kicked out of the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ms. Quinn Davidson covered a little bit of what I was contemplating as well. We do have the contingency fund, but two things with regard to that, because I do think we're hearing that we have some gaps in small business funding, is can we start to get some analysis of that data so that we kind of can get a sense of that? And do we have a sense, or can we find out what it would be to add, if it's already doubly subscribed or triply subscribed, if we added small franchises to the mix, how much we're thinking of? And then the final thought, I guess I'll toss out there as we're starting to take in these thoughts about this, is there a way, or are we going to divert those who applied for the small business loans into those other programs that they would be eligible for and more suited, or do those programs have some manner so that they don't take advantage of multiple programs, I guess is my question, because I think we were trying to be quite targeted, and if we weren't, then we need to consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I could only nod so long before I had to get up and actually answer the question fully. So Through the chair, yes, good comments on analyzing the data. They just closed the application period recently, and we're only now diving into the application information itself. So we'll have a more full report on that coming very shortly. To your point, though, about other programs and outreach, absolutely, that's one of the benefits of doing these kinds of programs, is having the ability to connect directly with the small businesses in our community. So some of the candidates that I described to you earlier who would be eligible for other programs, that's certainly something that we will be doing. And then lastly, about the ability for individuals to be eligible for other programs, or are there restrictions against receiving funds? By and large, what we learned from the $1 million pilot program is you have to remove as many of the barriers to these funds as possible. So whether we're talking, prohibitions on receiving other funds as a disqualifier, application forms that require submission of tax records, things like that, we learned from the $1 million program that you got to make it simple, you got to make it self-certifying, and you got to get the money out the door. So since that pilot program, we have been removing any of those prohibitions on other funds, for example. So hospitality program, the tourism program, the nonprofit program, those will not have prohibitions on having received any federal or state funding in it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think the last part was missed just a little bit. I'm talking about our municipal programs. So if I applied for a small business relief, can I then go and get a hospitality and tourism relief or a nonprofit relief? Because we did create those separate buckets of funding, I guess, versus the federal.
Yeah, and again, through the chair, with a little bit of nuance, generically speaking, you would be eligible to do that. Okay. We are removing those kinds of barriers to having received aid, whether it's federal, state, or local.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I got a couple comments. One is looking at the math. I didn't quite get up to 7.45 million. Even if you remove the 9-star, I get 16.35, and I think it's, anyway, so check your math. And I think probably embellishing on Mr. Constant's comments, broadly on our expenditures. So I don't support this amendment, but it is it ended up being an odd mishmash of little things here and there instead of just, one big thing. But the way I looked at it is we were filling in the cracks from those other bigger programs, the bigger federal programs, the huge, the big state program, and we were filling in the cracks with people who couldn't get into those sources of help. And that's why it ended up such, one of the main reasons it ended up such kind of a bunch of different small things. But we've been through this, we've hashed through this, and I think we landed in the place we landed, and I'm not willing to kind of rejigger the whole thing at this point. Thanks. And check your math.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So I disagree quite a bit with some of the statements the administration had said, especially one about the buildings. In regards to the buildings, it was clearly stated by Department of Treasury that the buildings had to be a necessity. And I understand that the Department of Treasury had come back and said that we are able to move funds around so that we could purchase.
Apologies for interrupting, Ms. Allard, but we have the amendment before us.
And I'm going to speak on it.
Okay, great.
So we were allowed to move the funds around in order to access more of our projects that were not approved by the Department of Treasury. And the reason I say that, and that's why it leads into this amendment, because I believe these are projects that can wait. And the reason I believe that is because I'm hearing testimony from a gal, Miss Susan Grobel, that came up here and testified her franchise. And we haven't addressed any of the franchise businesses. Granted, they have a business plan. I understand that they pay a certain amount of dues or royalties to their franchise, but they're not actually getting significant amount of help. The other thing I wanted to address is that when you're saying that we want to look for jobs for people, how do you look for jobs from people when the businesses aren't even open full speed ahead, and yet their employees can't even work? So some of these job programs we have lined up are absolutely not working for the community, and we've heard testimony over and over that it's not working for the community. And the reason they're saying that is because they're the ones that are being impacted. We all have money coming in, and thank God I do, thank goodness my husband does, but a lot of these people and these community members don't. So if we can dole out money and move it with the projects, we would have taken it out of the CRF. We cannot take it out of the CRF because it won't be approved. So we moved all this money around for things that even the federal government doesn't find as a priority. And I don't find these as a priority either. So what I'm kindly asking is that if we can come to some sort of compromise, I'm willing to move all this amendment stuff around. If we can try to come to a compromise, I appreciated what Ms. Quinn Davidson had said, is there a way we can bring in some additional funds for the franchises? Because I've actually spoke to Cook Inlet Lending. 205 people, businesses, did get income. 1,000 businesses haven't because it was cut off. So we underestimated how much we were giving. So if we can figure out a way, they said there might be 10 million, but my question back to everybody sitting here tonight is that if they were such priority, again, the Department of Treasury would have approved the pre-K, rural cap, Girdwood Health Clinic. A roof on a building at Girdwood Health Clinic actually has nothing to do with COVID because this was brought up well before this with the voters in April. So these are projects that we were already looking at doing. And I think spending $4.5 million or on the lands thing that we just did or other numbers, the public lands job program, $1.5 million to employ, I think 9 or 11 people. I don't know, somebody can do that. But that 1.5 million can keep food in people's belly, their mortgages paid, their livelihoods going. I just heard tonight, Carl's Jr. I wanted to hear that again to make sure. It's a franchise. It was closed down. Somebody's family's not getting a paycheck. So if we can work something out with helping the franchises, get the small businesses back, I would really appreciate it. That's my focus. And I just want to be able to compromise so that we can help the people who've come out here over and over and testified, people throughout the entire, I haven't heard one person come here and testify, tell me that, hey, actually one, I believe it was the owner of the 9-Star Net Letter Project, saying, I need to help people find jobs. I haven't heard one person that she actually landed a job with when she testified. She said, well, we haven't been able to put people back to work because there's no jobs. That's what she said. Give or take a word or two. So let's get our businesses open. Let's get our businesses back to work. Let them get their employees back. And then I guarantee you we can find jobs for people. Thank you.
No. Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I disagree with this characterization about the Treasury guidance. However, I think that I will speak to that piece on the main motion. I am not in support of this amendment for pretty much all the reasons folks before have said, and I also see that Girdwood Health Clinic is crossed out, and that project in particular is relevant, absolutely, to COVID-19. So to see that one crossed out is really frustrating, actually. But also I wanted to mention that the Budget Advisory Commission is working on a resolution regarding the use of the contingency funds, and Mr. Dunbar and I had already been discussing moving $10 million into the Small Business Fund. And I know that's one of the Budget Advisory Commission's suggestions for the use of that funding. And I wanted to state I'm definitely in support of doing that, but we'll be voting no on this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was about to speak to that exactly. and Ms. LaFrance already covered it, so I won't go into too much detail. I will say that I oppose both of these amendments because what this ordinance is intended to do is follow Treasury guidance and put us into a place that's more easy to administer these funds. We shouldn't be relitigating everything that we already went through a very long process to arrive to over the course of the summer. But, as Ms. LaFrance said, we've actually been in talks for the last week or so, working with the administration to try to develop an AR, which we would pass at the next meeting, that would dedicate $10 million from the contingency fund to the small business program. And I think that is a more appropriate vehicle where we could have these discussions. You know, Mr. Constant talked about maybe he's not going to support that. That's fine, or maybe he will. Maybe we want franchises in it, maybe we don't. But I think that kind of AR and that debate in 2 weeks is a more appropriate place to have it than this technical move between accounts that, again, I don't think we should crack open and relitigate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton.
Oh, thanks. One thing, Ms. Zalatel showed me where I'd missed $1.9 million, so the math is correct. My bad. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, and I guess to follow up on some of these things, you know, and moving on, I don't support this amendment, but well, I guess I'll wait because that speaks to the main motion. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll wait.
Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This kind of speaks to the main motion too, but it also is relevant to the amendment because I alluded to the fact that when we take this money out, we're no longer using COVID money, we're using fund balance. And fund balance is typically something that we true up at the end of the year once we know all the expenses and all the revenues, and we actually come up with a number that says this is what's left over. And then we have a conversation about what would we do with that leftover money that's available. And I remember my first year of doing this on the assembly, there were several projects and places where people thought the money should go, and I forget, there was something like 7 or 8 different things that were funded out of that. So my point is, if we were to have that conversation today, if we were having that conversation 8 months from now when we had the true up done and we had the actual number in our fund balance, my question is, would we choose to basically fund these very same projects? And I was thinking about some of the things that we've actually been asked to consider. This body has been told these are things that we need. I was thinking about the Anchorage Fire Department's training center that needs to be remodeled. Would we buy body cameras for APD? Would we buy Mr. Oliva's property? I know that Anchorage has several ladder trucks, but Eagle River has recently lost theirs. Would we buy a ladder truck for Chigiak Eagle River? And I think all of those are worthy and valuable ways to spend money. And so it comes back to that idea that even though I'm not saying that these other projects aren't good projects, but the question really is this, if we were really having the fund balance conversation like we would normally do, would we choose these projects over anything else that the community or the administration could possibly think of, or each of us as individuals could think of? Would we actually choose this same list? And that, to me, is the bigger question in terms of how you use fund balance money. The only thing we've really done now is we've said, okay, we're not going to spend COVID money on these projects, but by golly, somehow or another, we're going to fund them, so we'll just go ahead and fund them out of what we think we're going to have at the end of the year, i.e. fund balance funds. So I'm just basically making the question, kind of setting the question here about whether or not this is really the process we should be following for using fund balance funds. And again, if we were to have that conversation 8 months from now, would these be the projects that we would choose over everything else that we would potentially want to fund in this municipality? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just quickly to Mr. Dunbar's point, I'm happy to contemplate what comes forward with additional funds in the contingency. I just don't want to go picking over the bones of what little we were able to provide for people who need work.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the first part of proposed amendment number 2.
This is the part without the 9-star.
Correct. So this is everything but the 9-star. And then after this, we will vote on the 9-star part.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
That amendment fails 9-2. Now we're going to move on to the second part of the amendment. I'm going to go ahead and, all right. Is there any discussion on the second part, which is just regarding the 9-star part of the amendment?
Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to second the second part, but I may have a conflict, and I want to disclose it before I participate.
So I believe we're just operating under the same motion, but go ahead and declare, and we might just have to do a new motion. So go ahead.
Oops. So in regards to what Ms. Kennedy had put forward with Team Alaska, my daughters are alpine skiers, and they were involved with the Arctic Winter Games and on Team Alaska. So potentially my family could benefit. So I could remove if you ask me the questions, I can tell you.
Sure. So,
Okay.
and this is in specific relation to the 9-star? Okay, yeah, because that's what we have before us is just the 9-star piece. Okay, so is there any further discussion on the specific 9-star part of this amendment? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
That item fails 8-2 with 1 abstention. So Mr. Weddleton can come back in. So next we have proposed amendment A to amendment number 2. Is there a motion on that?
Move to approve.
And then I'll come back in I'll second it, but I have to go through the steps.
It's stapled to it. Okay, thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Do we have a motion and a second, so we're good?
There is, I believe, Ms. Allard, did you second it?
I did with the potential of a conflict.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear that before we move on.
Okay, so I'll say, for the record, that my girls are on the Arctic Winter Games and they're on Team Alaska.
And so I'm just looking here at proposed amendment A to amendment number 2. Which of these items would you have a conflict on? Oh, the new program, Team Alaska. Got it. Got to read the amendment. All right. So I will go ahead and go through the questions. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
Team Alaska would receive the funds, and how they dole it out would be up to them. It would not be directly to me. So I think I could say no.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which
No.
the elected... Okay, thank you. I think just being consistent with the other rulings that I have made on this, I will go ahead and declare that you do have a conflict. In which case I will need another seconder on this item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The actual format of this particular amendment looks like, to me, it might be a little problematic, because the only motion in this amendment would be to add the new program for Team Alaska, to add $200,000 to appropriate to our Team Alaska. So the rest of it that's on there was actually part of the previous amendment. So if we can do this one as a standalone for just that one item, that would fit the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if I might, Mr. Chair, or just to clarify, what we're suggesting is none of that is on the table except the last line, new program, Team Alaska.
I don't know. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I can speak to that specifically, or so can Ms. Allard, if you want me to get that started.
Sure, if you want to go ahead and just speak to the amendment, and then we can continue.
Okay, Team Alaska is basically a group of a variety of sports teams that participates in the Arctic Winter Games. And this year, right before they were to have their big Arctic Winter Games where they meet with all the other countries that are part of Arctic Winter Games, COVID hit. So all of the parents that had expended some funds for purchasing tickets, all the things that they did for getting ready for this competition, they were out a great deal of money as a entire team. So this is for everybody. This is hockey, skiing, I can't even name them all. And Ms. Allard could do a much better job of that. But anyway, the $200,000 was to go to Team Alaska to see if they had a way of offsetting some of the losses to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a short break to get clarification.
Are they a nonprofit? So if they're a nonprofit, why don't we add the funding source, the nonprofit funds?
Okay, so I just need a better understanding what's going on here. Okay, so you want to add this to, yes, where do you want to take it from?
It's just dedicated from the nonprofit fund. Crystal, if they're a nonprofit, we can just dedicate it from the nonprofit fund, like we did Iditarod, like we did the other two programs.
Right. Okay.
That's the simplest way to achieve this.
Okay, because we're already dealing with it finance. Yes, that's a good point. Okay.
And there's a pool that's made for it, and you probably would be persuasive if you did that.
Thank you for that indulgence. I just wanted to clarify the intent and behind the amendment, and specifically where the 200,000 was coming from, so we could have a smoother discussion on this topic. So, Ms. Kennedy, if you can go ahead and speak to the plan, as far as you know.
You want me to tell everybody how confusing this actually is? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking at this again, it appears that the $200,000 would be better off coming out of the nonprofit funding, which is actually dedicated from COVID funds, and would really not be a good fit for these new funds now, these new allocations that are coming out of the general fund. So I guess that means I need to withdraw my motion. So
Does the secretary agree?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank
I just
you.
figured that would make it cleaner and quicker than having to go through everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, then we can go ahead and bring Ms. Allard back in. And now we are back at the main motion. Is there any further discussion? That is correct. Yeah, the main motion is split in two as well. So this motion that we're dealing with is everything except for 9 Star. We'll vote on that, and then we will vote on the 9 Star piece. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to vote against this again because I believe it is in direct conflict with the way we typically handle fund balance funds. Even though, like I said, it's not so much the projects, it's how we are using and going through the process of using fund balance. So I'll be a no vote. I wish there was a better way to do this that was more transparent to the public and would make more sense. But anyway, I can't support it in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And again, to repeat, this is on everything except for 9 Star.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-2. We're going to take up the second part of this, which is the 9 Star. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Again, this is just on the 9 Star component.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2 with 1 abstention.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Can I
Thompson?
move to change the order of the day and take up item 15A? We have some people here still who've been waiting. No? Never mind, okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes. We're not going to be able to get through it. Okay. Okay, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to continue this meeting to 5 p.m. on Thursday.
So moved.
Is there a second on that? Got to finish our business, guys. Thanks. Any discussion on that? So again, it'll be 5 p.m. on October 1st. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I generally am always in favor of us plowing through as much work as possible, as quickly as possible. I guess I'm curious, of the remaining items, is there something that is time sensitive that we couldn't do, say, next Tuesday evening as opposed to this coming Thursday evening?
So I do know that there are 4 time-sensitive items, but I'm not sure of the nature of Thursday versus Tuesday on their time sensitiveness. I'd have to ask the administration for that. Someone, we're running out of time.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I am looking through the rest of the 14s, and I might also try to phone a friend and see if Mr. Falsey is on the phone. I don't believe that there is anything that is, which was that? We actually would need 15C done before next Tuesday, so apologize for that. So we would request Thursday.
Thank you. So we have heard the administration's position, so they would like us to stick with Thursday. Ms. Solotel?
Why not tomorrow instead of Thursday?
I had a request to do Thursday instead of tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't realize there were requests being taken, because I have a conflict on Thursday. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my concern too. That's community council nights. But I guess somebody's going to be conflicted at some point regardless, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
I just wanted to state I have a conflict too.
Thank you. So unless there's any further discussion, we'll go ahead and do 5 p.m. on Thursday, and we'll try to get done as quick as we can. So with that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that one's not. Mr. Presberdia?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Thank you. And Ms. Kennedy? Thank you.
That motion is approved 11-0. With that, we will see everyone on Thursday. Thanks.